the Ghost Scepter of Dellalt. Caius Decimus's handmade Aurelius-class starfighter was screaming as its port stabilizer melted into a slag of molten durasteel over the ruins of the Tion cluster. Inside the cockpit, the air tasted of ionized copper and the sharp, biting tang of an overloaded life support system. Warning lights, a frantic constellation of crimson and amber, strobed against Caius's sweat-streaked face. To his left, the viewport offered a dizzying view of the orbital graveyard above Dellalt, shattered hull plates from 1,000-year-old conflict and frozen shards of glass steel spinning like diamond-toothed saws. "Steady, girl," Caius grunted, his gloved fingers dancing across the yoke. His voice was a rasp, dry as the wastes of Tatooine. "We aren't dead until the Force says we are." Behind him, 3 Tion remnant interceptors, ugly, needle-nosed craft with jagged solar arrays, spat green fire. A bolt clipped the Aurelius's aft shield and the ship bucked like a wounded dewback. Caius didn't reach for the sensors. The sensors were dead, fried by a localized ion pulse. Instead, he closed his eyes. He didn't see the debris field with his eyes. He felt it. He felt the thermal vents of the derelict orbital station ahead, breathing out heat like a dying beast. He felt the vacuum-cold mass of a drifting cruiser bulkhead. "The Force is a river," his master had once said. "Don't swim against it. Feel the current." Caius shoved the throttle forward. The Aurelius dived. He threaded the needle between 2 spinning fuel slugs, the heat of their friction-charred surfaces baking the fighter's canopy. He pulled a hard G-turn, the acceleration pinning him into his seat until his vision greyed at the edges. With a final, agonizing groan of metal, the Aurelius clipped the atmosphere. The scream of the stabilizers turned into a roar of friction. The starfighter became a falling coal, streaking toward the fetid swamps of Dellalt. The crash wasn't a landing. It was a controlled demolition. The Aurelius ploughed through a canopy of blackleaf trees, their wood as hard as stone, before slamming into a peat bog that hissed and bubbled around the red-hot engines. Caius kicked the emergency release. The canopy blew, and a wave of sulphurous rot and humidity hit him like a physical blow. He scrambled out, boots sinking into the muck, just as the starfighter's primary power cell gave a final, pathetic spark and died. He stood in the shadow of a decaying pre-Republic monolith, a jagged tooth of obsidian rising 500 meters into the bruised purple sky. The air hummed with the whine of charging capacitors. Click, whir, snap. Out of the mist emerged the silent sentinels. These weren't the clanking, clumsy droids of the modern Republic. These were relics of the Guardian Corps, forged 25,000 years ago during Jim the Despot's reign. Their chassis was sleek, obsidian black, and moved with the unsettling, fluid grace of a fencer. They didn't speak. They didn't demand surrender. They simply raised their archaic pulse-wave rifles. "Right," Caius muttered, his hand dropping to the hilt at his belt. "The hard way." The first sentinel fired. A pulse-wave bolt, a jagged blue-white discharge of raw kinetic energy, ripped through the air. Caius didn't think. His thumb ignited the blade. A beam of brilliant sapphire light hissed into existence, the smell of ozone instantly masking the swamp stink. He spun, the blue blade a blur. Crack! The pulse-wave bolt hit the lightsaber and dissipated in a shower of sparks that scorched Caius's tunic. He lunged. The sentinel parried with a vibroblade that flickered from its wrist, the metal singing against the plasma. Caius pivoted, using the droid's momentum to drive his elbow into its sensor cluster. As the machine staggered, he sheared through its neck joint. The droid slumped, its internal servos whirring down into silence. 3 more closed in. Caius moved like a dervish. He used dexterity, lightsaber to deflect a volley of fire, the bolts kicking up geysers of acidic mud. He reached out with his left hand, grasping the force, and pushed. A wave of invisible pressure sent 2 sentinels crashing into the obsidian monolith. The last droid was hovering over a downed courier unit, a small spherical drone marked with the crest of the Tian remnant. Caius didn't give it a second chance. He hurled his lightsaber. The blade spun like a glowing saw, slicing the sentinel in 2 before returning to his hand. He knelt by the courier unit. With a quick jerk, he pried open the storage compartment. Inside sat a holocron fragment, glowing with a faint, sickly green luminescence. It pulsed like a heartbeat. "The Queen of Ranroon," Caius whispered, recognizing the biometric frequency encoded in the shard's facets. "I have the coordinates." "And a fine prize it is, Master Jedi." Caius spun, his lightsaber snapping back to life, but he halted the strike. Emerging from a nearby copse of trees was a tall woman draped in the regal, if moth-eaten finery of the Tian nobility. Baroness Livia Tian stood with an air of practiced elegance, flanked by a dozen Republic-aligned militiamen. "Baroness," Caius sighed, deactivating his blade. "Your timing is impeccable. I was beginning to think the swamp had swallowed your escort." "Dellalt is a cruel mistress, Decimus," Livia said, her voice smooth as Coruscant silk. "Come, my camp is secure. We must transmit those coordinates to the Republic Senate before the Remnant realizes what you found." An hour later, inside a pressurized command tent that smelled of stale tea and old parchment, Livia poured 2 glasses of amber liquid. "To the Republic," she said, raising her glass, "and to the end of the Tian shadow." Caius smiled, his quixotic heart swelling with the belief that he had done a great deed. He drained the glass. The reaction was instantaneous. It wasn't poison, it was worse. His nerves suddenly felt as if they were being threaded with liquid ice. His muscles locked. The glass shattered on the floor. A neural scrambler hidden in the vintage sent a cascading wave of static through his central nervous system. Caius tried to reach for the force, but the static was a wall of white noise in his mind. He collapsed into his chair, paralysed, unable to move even a finger. Livia Tian set her glass down, her expression shifting from noble ally to cold predator. She reached out and plucked the holocron fragment from his belt. "The Republic believes in institutions, Jedi," she whispered, leaning close enough that he could smell the spice on her breath. "But the Tian believe in power. You're more than a messenger. You're a battery. We need a Jedi's life force to jumpstart the central AI of the Guardian Core. You've brought us the key and the fuel." She signalled to her militiamen, who were now stripping off their Republic insignia to reveal the jagged crest of a secessionist cult. "Take him to the primary vault," she commanded. "Prepare the interface." Caius could only watch as the world tilted and went dark. The consciousness returned to Caius Decimus not as a gentle awakening, but as a jagged spike of lightning driven into his skull. He was suspended in a gravity cradle within the bowels of the primary vault. The chamber was a nightmare of pre-Republic geometry, vast sloping walls of unyielding obsidian etched with glowing circuit paths that bled a sickly necrotic green. High above, a massive bell-shaped apparatus hummed with a frequency that vibrated Caius's very teeth. "Ah, the Jedi returns to us," Livia Tian's voice echoed through the cold air. She stood on a raised dais, silhouetted against the emerald glow of the vault's central core. Just in time for the overture. Caius tried to speak, but his throat was constricted by a heavy neural collar. The device felt like a cold iron hand clamped around his neck. "The device. Above you is a thought wave emitter," Livia explained, her eyes reflecting the green light with fanatical intensity. "In 30 minutes, it will reach full resonance. It won't just kill Master Decimus, it will lobotomize every organic mind within 500 kilometers. A clean slate for the Guardian Corps to pacify the sector, and your connection to the Force is the spark that will light the fuse. Caius didn't waste breath on a retort. He closed his eyes, searching for the calm centre of his training. But the Force felt distant, greasy. The neural collar was pumping a neurolytic suppressant into his bloodstream, muddling his thoughts like ink in clear water. The ground shook. Not a tremor of the earth, but the atmospheric shudder of something immense displacing the sky. Caius looked through the vault's high, narrow apertures. Breaking through the thick Dellalt clouds was a ghost from the history books, an invincible-class dreadnought. The 3-kilometre-long behemoth, a relic of the Tion-Hegemony's golden age, hung in the air like a leviathan. Its hull was a patchwork of ancient heavy plating and modern Tian refits. "A beautiful sight, isn't it?" Livia remarked. "Equipped with a primitive interdictor field generator. No Republic reinforcements will be dropping out of hyperspace to save you. We are alone in the dark." Caius knew he had to move. Now. He focused his remaining willpower on the technical, security task at hand. His fingers were numb, but he reached up, groping for the maintenance panel on the collar. He tried to feel the tumblers of the electronic lock, attempting to hotwire the neural link with a stray wire he'd palmed during his capture. Spark. A surge of feedback ripped through the collar. Instead of clicking open, the device hissed and discharged a massive electroconvulsive shock. Caius's body spasmed. A scream caught in his throat. When the smoke cleared, his left arm hung limp, a dead weight at his side. The neural scramble had backfired, leaving his limb temporarily paralyzed. "Patience, Jedi," Livia mocked. "The end is coming soon enough." She turned to board a Lambda-class shuttle that was idling on a landing pad nearby, leaving Caius to the silent custody of 2 Guardian sentinels. The sentinels approached to transfer him to the dreadnought for the final upload. They detached the gravity cradle, hauling his slumped form toward the shuttle's ramp. Caius waited. He had one good arm and a mind full of static, but he was still a Jedi. As they reached the ramp, the Invincible-class dreadnought above began a Marg Sable maneuver, a brutal high-speed rotation designed to present fresh shielding to planetary batteries. The sudden shift in artificial gravity caused the vault floor to tilt violently. Caius seized the moment. He didn't use the Force, he used physics. As the sentinels stumbled, Caius swung his paralyzed arm like a club, knocking the lead droid off balance. He threw himself toward the shuttle's open ventilation shaft, sliding into the narrow durasteel tube just as the sentinels opened fire. Pulsewave bolts hissed overhead, melting the lip of the vent. Caius scrambled upward, using his strength, climbing to wedge his boots against the sides of the shaft, dragging his dead arm behind him like a wounded limb. The ship groaned. The Marg Sable rotation intensified. Inside the shaft, the world became a chaotic mess of shifting weight. A massive cargo container in the adjacent hold broke its moorings, slamming into the wall of the shaft with a bone-crunching thud. Caius gasped as the metal buckled, nearly crushing his ribs. He clawed his way toward the dreadnought's primary intake manifold, the roar of the engines growing into a deafening thunder. He reached a small maintenance alcove and collapsed, gasping for breath. In his right hand, he still clutched the holocron fragment. "Time to see what you really are," he wheezed. He pressed the biometric trigger, but instead of a map or a recording of Jim the Despot, the fragment began to hum with a discordant, terrifying note. The green light didn't brighten, it consumed. Caius felt a sudden, sickening emptiness. This wasn't a repository of knowledge, it was a force wound. The artifact began to drain the very life energy from the surrounding air. The Force didn't just feel distant now, It felt like it was being sucked into a vacuum. The alcove grew impossibly cold. Shadows lengthened, becoming thick and physical. Caius realised with a jolt of horror that he was becoming invisible to the Force. To the Guardian droids, who tracked life signatures, he would be a ghost. But the cost was physical agony. The wound was eating his vitality, leaving him shivering and weak, his muscles trembling as the artifact fed on his connection to the galaxy. "A hole in the world," Caius whispered, his breath frosting in the air. "I'm a ghost in my own body." Above him, the thought wave reached its first stage of resonance. A low-frequency thrum washed over the ship, and Caius heard the distant, muffled screams of the organic crew members in the decks above as their minds began to fray. He had no lightsaber. He had one working arm, and he was carrying a hole in reality that was slowly killing him. Caius Decimus stood up, leaning against the cold durasteel wall. "Right," he muttered, a grim smile touching his lips. "Now the fight is fair." The vaults of the dead beneath Dellalt did not echo. The air was too thick for sound to travel, a soup of fetid moisture and corrosive sulfuric acid that hissed as it ate away at the edges of Caius's Jedi robes. Caius moved through the subterranean labyrinth like a spectre. His left arm was still a useless weight, tucked into his belt to keep it from swinging. In his right hand he gripped his lightsaber, recovered from a storage locker during his chaotic ascent into the dreadnought's belly. But he didn't dare ignite it. The atmospheric interference was so dense that the hilt's power cell hummed with a sickly, dying whine. "Focus, Decimus," he hissed, his lungs burning. Around him, the silent sentinels prowled. They were everywhere, their obsidian carapaces gleaming in the dim, bioluminescent moss of the vaults. They didn't use flashlights. They didn't need them. They were hunting for the flicker of a soul. Caius reached back into his memory, pulling from the second pillar, knowledge from the Jedi path. He recalled the ancient masters who spoke of the Animora, the life current. These droids were programmed to home in on that very current. He took a shivering breath and practiced self-discipline, emptying the mind. He didn't just suppress his emotions. He pushed his entire presence into the force wound pulsing in his pocket. He made himself a void, a hole in the force. A sentinel passed within inches of him, its sensor array sweeping directly over his face. Caius held his breath, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The droid paused, its servos clicking as it searched for a heartbeat, a thought, a spark. It found nothing. It moved on, its footsteps silent on the damp stone. Caius reached the primal core, a chamber so vast that the ceiling was lost in a swirl of acidic fog. In the centre sat a terrifying fusion of technology, a Rakatan biomechanical interface, ancient and pulsing with a deep rhythmic thrum like the heartbeat of a god. Standing before the console was Prefect Titus Draven. He was a man built like a fortress, clad in ceremonial Chon plate armour that had been polished to a mirror finish. In his hands he levelled a Chon fire lance, a weapon of terrifying antiquity. Its tip didn't glow with plasma. It shimmered with a haze of kinetic heat so intense it distorted the air around it. "I know you're there, Jedi," Draven's voice boomed, amplified by his helmet's Vox unit. "The void you carry. It leaves a trail of cold in the mist." Caius stepped out of the shadows, realising the ruse was over. He ignited his lightsaber. The blue blade sputtered, fighting the acidic atmosphere, its light dim and flickering. "This ends now, Draven," Caius said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his limbs. "The Republic won't let you wake this thing." "The Republic is a corpse clinging to a dream," Draven spat. He levelled the fire lance. Jim's empire was a reality. Draven lunged. He didn't move like a soldier. He moved like a gladiator. The fire lance swung in a brutal arc. Caius parried, but the impact sent a shockwave of raw kinetic energy through his good arm. The fire lance didn't cut, it smashed. Caius spun, trying to use his dexterity to outmaneuver the heavyset prefect, but his paralysed left arm threw off his balance. He stumbled. Draven followed up with a thrust that grazed Caius's shoulder, the heat of the lance searing through his robes and charring the skin beneath. "You are weak, Jedi, a servant of a dying light." Draven didn't wait for a killing blow. He turned and slammed the holocron fragment into the Rakatan interface. The reaction was cataclysmic. The floor beneath them didn't just shake, it tore. The Vault of the Dead wasn't a building, it was the dry dock for the Queen of Ranroon. The massive sentient Rakatan hybrid vessel, buried for millennia, began to scream. A sound of grinding metal and digital agony tore through the air. The ship began to rise, shedding millions of tons of Dellalt rock and swamp mud like a molting serpent. Caius lunged one last time, his blue blade aimed at the interface. Draven met him mid-air. The fire lance collided with the lightsaber hilt. Crack! The Aurelius-grade power cell, already strained by the atmosphere, couldn't take the kinetic load. Caius's lightsaber exploded in a shower of blue sparks and shattered durasteel. The force feedback sent Caius reeling backward, his weapon reduced to a blackened, empty shell. "The Queen wakes!" Draven roared over the thunder of the rising ship. "And you, Jedi, are nothing but chaff for the engine." With a brutal kick, Draven sent the disarmed and wounded Caius flying over the edge of the central catwalk. Caius plummeted into the dark. He didn't hit the floor. He fell directly into the ship's primary intake manifold, a churning maw of suction and grinding gears designed to feed the vessel's biomass processors. As the Queen of Ranroon broke the surface of the swamp and soared toward the stars, Caius Decimus vanished into the bowels of the machine. The biomass processor of the Queen of Ranroon was a cold, efficient nightmare. These ancient Rakatan systems didn't see life as sacred, they saw it as kilojoules. Caius tumbled into a narrow vertical chute, where the air was thick with a chemical slurry. The walls were lined with crushing plates, massive slabs of durasteel that moved with the rhythmic mechanical heartbeat of a slaughterhouse. Thud! Hiss! Thud! The walls were closing in. Caius's left arm was still numb, and his lightsaber was a husk of slag. He had seconds before he was processed into fuel for a ship that had been dead for 20 millennia. He didn't reach for the Force. He reached for a discarded droid limb, the jagged arm of a sentinel that had fallen into the chute with him. "Think, Decimus," he gasped, dodging the first set of hydraulic presses. "It's not magic, it's logic." He slammed the droid limb's interface port into a maintenance socket on the wall. He wasn't a master slicer, but he understood the Rakatan binary logic, a predatory tiered system of consumer and consumed. Using his technical droid skill, he bypassed the processor's primary directive. He didn't try to stop the machine, he lied to it. He sent a cascading signal through the limb, reclassifying his biological signature from waste to command-level component, priority ejection. The machine shuddered. The crushing plate stopped an inch from his ribs. A secondary hatch hissed open, and a blast of high-pressure venting gas launched him upward through a pneumatic transport tube. Caius was spat out onto the bridge of the Queen of Ranroon just as the vessel cleared Dellalt's atmosphere. The bridge was a cathedral of bone-white stone and flickering holographic displays. Prefect Titus Draven stood at the centre, his hands gripped onto the Thoughtwave transmitter. "You!" Draven roared, swinging his fire lance around. "You should be Ash!" Caius didn't lunge. He didn't even raise his fists. He stood tall, despite the grime and the blood, his eyes fixed on the massive pulsating crystal at the heart of the bridge, the transmitter. "The night is over, Draven," Caius said. Draven charged, the fire lance whistling through the air. Caius waited until the last possible second. Instead of dodging, he reached out with the pillar of the Force, Alta. He didn't attack the prefect, he attacked the frequency. He poured his remaining strength into the transmitter, not to break it, but to overload its resonance. He channeled the Force wound he still carried, the void-like energy of the holocron fragment, directly into the ship's nervous system. The result was a feedback loop of pure mental static. The thought wave transmitter didn't broadcast its lobotomizing pulse to the sector. Instead, the energy snapped back inward. A blinding flash of emerald light filled the bridge. Every Guardian droid on the ship and across the Dellalt system short-circuited instantly, their processors fried by the very thought they were meant to project. Draven screamed as the Firelance's energy was sucked back into the ship. The Queen of Ranroon groaned, its sentient core deciding that the only way to survive the feedback was to phase shift back into stasis. The walls began to blur. The floor turned translucent. "No!" Draven cried, reaching for the controls. "We were supposed to rule." "You were supposed to sleep," Caius countered. Caius threw himself toward the bridge's emergency escape pod. As the doors hissed shut, he saw Draven and the Queen of Ranroon begin to solidify back into the crust of the planet below, trapped in a temporal lock that would last another 10,000 years. Hours later, the smoke over the Dellalt swamps began to clear. A Republic consular-class cruiser descended through the clouds, its white and red hull a beacon of order against the murky green of the world below. Caius stood on the shore, his tunic shredded, his left arm finally regaining a tingling sensation of life. He held a small salvaged data cylinder he'd pulled from the bridge during the chaos. He played the recording. It wasn't a manifesto of conquest. It was a message from Jim the Despot, his voice a gravelly rasp across the eons. "The sentinels do not guard my treasure. They guard the gate. We built them to watch the dark between the stars. Should they fall, know that the hunger from the unknown regions is no longer being watched. The alarm has been silenced." Caius stared at the data cylinder. The Republic believed they had won a victory against a cult. In reality, they had just dismantled the galaxy's oldest early warning system. Baroness Livia Tion, handcuffed and guarded by Republic troopers, looked at him with a bruised, bitter smile. "Was it worth it, Jedi?" she spat. "Saving a Republic that will forget your name by morning. You've left us all blind." Caius wiped the swamp grime from his brow. He looked at the shattered remains of his lightsaber, then up at the stars where the Republic fleet hung in perfect, arrogant formation. "A Jedi doesn't look for the sunrise, Baroness," Caius said softly, his voice echoing the quixotic hope he refused to abandon. "We just make sure the night isn't so dark." He turned and walked toward the Republic shuttle, the weight of the galaxy's future heavy in his pocket and a new fire burning in his eyes. Monastery of Broken Masters. A wave taller than the monastery's central spire smashes against the pylons, and the Force screams, loud enough to stagger even those who claim they no longer listen. The impact thunders through the Duracrete foundations of the Monastery of Broken Masters, vibrating up the spine of the sea pylon. On Gorum V, thus the ocean does not merely rise, it plateaus into walls of salt-choked kinetic energy. Inside the lower causeway, a magnetic seal fails with a high-pitched mechanical shriek. A jet of freezing, pressurized brine cuts through the air like a vibroblade, slicing a crate of ration packs in half before the room begins to flood. "Brace the secondary hatch," Cirrus Kale shouts, his voice a gravelly bark that cuts through the wind howl. He does not reach out with his mind. He reaches out with a heavy hydrospanner, physically slamming a locking bar into place. The perfect knight moves with the terrifying efficiency of a man who has replaced the Force with muscle memory. His grey robes are soaked through, clinging to a frame corded with tension. Beside him, A group of younger acolytes, caretakers of the silence, scramble in the rising water. They heave at a massive floodgate, their boots slipping on the salt-slicked floor. 42 seconds until structural resonance failure, Varro calls out from a raised observation catwalk. The forsworn seer isn't looking at the sea. He's staring at a flickering holographic display of the monastery's skeletal frame. His fingers dance over a terminal, recalculating the stress loads. Umar, the third pylon is shifting. Use the mechanical winch, or the walkway drops. Below, near the churning breach, Umar Thoran stands waist-deep in the surge. The Child Slayer holds a thick liquid cable line, his knuckles white. Above him, a novice named Pax is dangling from a collapsed section of the walkway, fingers clawing at the jagged metal. The pylon groans, a deep metallic scream of protesting alloy. Umar's hand twitches. For a split second, the air around him shimmers with the heat of an unspoken intent. The force swells in the room, drawn to his desperation like a vacuum. Pax slips, a terrified cry lost in the roar of the water. Umar could catch him. A simple flick of the wrist, a momentary lapse in his vow, and the boy would rise. Umar hesitates. The hesitation nearly cost him everything. The pylon shifts another 3 degrees. A support beam snaps, whistling through the air. Umar dives, catching Pax by the collar of his tunic and swinging him toward a bulkhead, just as the walkway disintegrates into the foam. Umar hits the Duracrete hard, his shoulder snapping with a sickening pop. "Silence!" Cirrus Kale bellows, though his eyes flash with a momentary jagged fear. He hauls Umar and the novice upward, physically barring the path back to the breach. The storm is changing, a hollow voice drifts from the shadows of the upper arch. Marrow, the hollow one, stands perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the raging grey beyond the transparent steel. It isn't just wind anymore, it's a reflection. Suddenly the monastery's ancient automated defense system, dormant for decades, grinds to life. Red emergency lights strobe against the salt-streaked walls. Deep in the sea trench below the pylons, a GRZ series loading arm, repurposed for external hull repair, thrashes upward. It isn't repairing, it is dragging something out of the whiteout. A scorched life pod, its thrusters dead and its hull pitted by atmospheric re-entry, is hauled through the spray. The mechanical arm slams the pod onto the landing causeway with enough force to crack the plating. "Movement!" Varro shouts, leaping from the catwalk. "The seals are breached. If that pod isn't secured, the pressure differential will implode the hangar." The monks move in a desperate physical blur. They don't use telekinesis to slide the pod. They use crowbars and sheer, straining grit. Ceres and Umar, despite his hanging arm, heave the pod past the inner pressure door. The hatch of the pod hisses open, venting recycled oxygen into the damp air. A man tumbles out, gasping, his skin blue with hypothermia. Harrow Jax, the pilgrim, clutches a small reinforced data cache to his chest like a holy relic. You have to," Jax chokes out, his eyes wide and bloodshot. As he speaks, a shared resonance ripples through the force, sharp as a needle. The monks stagger, images bleed into their minds. A child running through the neon-drenched alleys of a vertical city, a scarlet lightsaber ignition, the smell of ozone and burning tapestries. The storm outside responds instantly, the wind howl rising to a deafening, unnatural pitch that shakes the very marrow of their bones. Varro pries the data cache from Jax's frozen fingers. He wipes the salt from the display. Fractured holorecords flicker to life, militia insignia melted by uncontrolled force discharge. "The world is listening," Marrow whispers, his voice barely audible over the crashing waves. Outside, the ocean boils. The force is no longer a whisper in this monastery. It is a predator, and it has just found its scent. The inner sanctum of the monastery smelled of ozone, old damp stone, and the sharp, metallic tang of drying salt. Harrow Jax lay on a low stone slab in the infirmary, his breathing ragged. The room was circular, carved directly into the pylon's apex, shielded from the spray but not the sound. The storm was a rhythmic thrum here, a subsonic pressure that vibrated in the teeth. Cirrus Cale stood by the heavy blast door, his hands tucked into his sleeves, watching Varro work. The forsworn seer had dismantled the pilgrim's data cache with clinical precision. Components, transparasteel lenses, microcircuitry, and a cracked hollow projector were laid out on a workbench. Varro used a small laser welder to bypass a fried security governor, his movements devoid of the grace he once possessed when the Force guided his hands. Now he relied on the steady, cold logic of an engineer. The encryption is Republic standard, but the hardware is outer rim scrap, Varro murmured, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. It's a patchwork. Someone didn't want this recorded, and they certainly didn't want it found. It should not have been brought here, Cirrus said, his voice a low rumble. We are the broken. We do not adjudicate. We do not interfere. Interference found us, Cirrus, Varro countered without looking up. The resonance we felt when he arrived. That wasn't just a psychic echo. It was a beacon. If we can feel it, the entity beneath us can feel it. Harrow Jax stirred on the slab. His eyes snapped open, fixed on the vaulted ceiling. The child, he rasped. The choice. I couldn't make it. They said you were the only ones left who knew how to live with the weight. Umar Thoran, leaning against the far wall with his injured arm strapped tight in a makeshift synth mesh sling, shifted uncomfortably. We aren't teachers, Traveller, we are ghosts. You are Jedi, Jack spat, coughing up a spray of seawater. You don't get to be ghosts while the galaxy burns. We are the reason the galaxy burned, Umar snapped back, his voice cracking. My hands, they aren't for helping anymore. The room suddenly felt smaller. The temperature dropped, and the phosphorescent glow globes dimmed, flickering in a slow, pulsing rhythm that matched Jax's elevated heart rate. On the workbench, a small metal cylinder began to roll slowly toward the edge, vibrating against the stone. Varro caught it before it fell. He looked at the cylinder, a simple data stick, then at Jax. What is on this, Jax? Why did it scream? Jax looked at each of them in turn, his gaze lingering on Marrow, the hollow one, who sat in the corner staring at nothing. It's a record of the attrition of Coda. A Jedi, not one of you, someone younger, was faced with a tactical fork, save a village of 300 or stop a biological release that would sterilize a sector. He hesitated. He tried to calculate the moral path. He did neither. The release happened, and the village was razed anyway. Jax reached out, his hand shaking. I was the militia captain. I watched him stand there, his sabre unlit, praying for a sign that never came. He died in the fire, but he left the cache. He said I had to find the ones who stopped choosing, because choice is a curse. Restraint is not a curse, Cirrus said, though the conviction in his voice wavered. It is a shield. A shield for who? Jax asked, his voice a whisper. The world, or your own consciences? The wind outside shifted. The windscreen turned into a low, mournful howl that seemed to articulate the very guilt Jax was pouring into the room. The monastery was no longer just a building. It was a sounding board. Varro finally bypassed the last security layer. A holorecord shimmered into existence above the workbench. It was grainy, distorted by salt damage. It showed a young man in tan robes standing in the middle of a burning plaza. His face was a mask of agony. He wasn't fighting. He was kneeling, his eyes squeezed shut while screams echoed in the background. Look at him, Varro whispered. He's doing exactly what we swore to do. He's being silent. He's refusing to shape the future. And the future shaped itself over his corpse, Umar said. his voice thick with loathing. "Enough," Sirius commanded, stepping forward. "This is why the vow exists. We do not have the wisdom to play God with lives. We only have the power to destroy." But the entity, Marrow spoke from his corner, his first word since the breach. Everyone turned. The Hollow One's eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering holorecord. "It isn't eating the boy's failure, it's eating our reaction to it." Marrow stood, walking toward the centre of the room. He pointed at the floor. The salt-crusted stone was beginning to crack. Not from structural failure, but from a localised pressure, as if the floor itself was trying to inhale. "The entity is a parasite of repressed will," Marrow continued, his voice hauntingly calm. "For decades we have sat here, pushing our desires, our guilt and our power into the dark. We thought we were burying it. We were only feeding it. And now Jax has brought a mirror. He has shown us what our silence looks like in the real world." Suddenly a console on the wall sparked. A high-pitched alarm began to chime, not the flood alarm but a sensor sweep. Varro lunged for the terminal. "Long-range scanners. The storm interference is high, but there's a signature in high orbit. It's moving in a search pattern." "Imperial?" Umar asked, his hand instinctively going to his empty belt where a lightsaber should have been. "Worse," Varro said, his face pale in the holographic light. "It's a Vindicator-class heavy cruiser. They aren't looking for a monastery. They're looking for a force resonance, and the way Jax is bleeding his guilt into the force, we're lighting up Gorham V like a sun." "We seal him in the salt vaults," Sirius said, his voice hard. "We suppress the signal. We return to the silence." "The vaults are corroding, Sirius," Varro shouted. "Did you not see the lower halls? The entity is breaking the pylons from the inside out. If we go into the vaults, we aren't hiding. We're putting ourselves on the dinner plate." The pylon groaned again, a deep tectonic shudder that knocked Jax from the slab. The holorecord of the burning village flickered and died, but the scream of the young Jedi in the recording seemed to linger in the air, merging with the howl of the storm. "He came for guidance," Marrow said, looking at the cowering Jax. "But we have none. We only have fear." "I have a countdown," Varro interrupted, his eyes glued to the screen. "The cruiser is adjusting its trajectory. They'll have a visual on the monastery in 20 minutes once they drop below the cloud ceiling. If they see these pylons, they'll level the spire just to be sure." "We can't fight a cruiser," Umar said. "We can't even fight ourselves," Jax added, looking up at the broken masters with a look of profound, devastating realization. Sirius Kale looked at the data cache, then at the storm-lashed window. The lore objective, the truth Jax carried, was no longer a secret. It was a target. "To the secondary pylon," Sirius ordered. "We move the pilgrim. We prepare the evacuation shuttles. If the Empire finds us, they find an empty shell." "And the entity?" Varro asked. "The entity can have the silence," Sirius said, turning away. "We have to survive the noise." The Vindicator-class heavy cruiser, a jagged shard of Imperial steel, tore through the cloud ceiling of Gorham V. Its ion engines roared like dying gods, ionizing the rain into streaks of blue fire. Inside the monastery's secondary pylon, the air was screaming. It wasn't just the wind. The internal stabilizers were losing their fight against the entity coiled around the foundations. Gravity fluctuated wildly. One moment, Varro was sprinting down a Duracrete corridor. The next, he was slammed against the ceiling as the pylon groaned, tilting another 4 degrees into the churning abyss. "The hangar bay is sheer ice," Varro shouted into his comlink, his voice competing with the subsonic hum of the pylon's distress. "The Empire is dropping TIE/SH shuttles. They aren't waiting for a landing clearance." "They won't get one," Sirius Kale's voice crackled back. "Umar, activate the point defense grid. If those shuttles touch the causeway, the shockwave will finish what the storm started." Umar Thoran reached the manual override for the pylon's defensive battery, a twin light laser cannon turret designed for pirate deterrence. His injured arm screamed in protest, the synth mesh sling damp with blood. He slammed his good hand onto the firing stud. Outside, the turret hissed as it tracked a descending shuttle. Red bolts of coherent light lanced into the grey dark. The Imperial shuttle, an armoured Sentinel class, banked hard, its shields flaring. It returned fire, its heavy blasters chewing into the monastery's upper spire. Chunks of stone and metal rained down. A massive gargoyle pylon, carved to resemble an ancient seafaring beast, shattered under a direct hit. The debris plummeted through the hangar roof, crushing one of the few remaining evacuation skiffs. "Loss of skiff 1, Varro yelled, sliding into the hangar deck. The floor was a chaotic mess of freezing water and sparking cables. Harrow Jax was huddled behind a stack of Durasteel crates, clutching the data cache as if it were his own heart. "They're here," Jax whispered, his eyes wide. The hangar's outer blast doors, weakened by corrosion, buckled. A thermal detonator detonated against the lock, and the door vanished in a bloom of orange flame and white steam. Through the smoke stepped a figure that didn't belong in the chaos. Inquisitor Valerius didn't run. He walked. His black robes trailed in the freezing brine, and his silver-masked face caught the strobing red of the emergency lights. Behind him, a squad of Imperial stormtroopers moved in tactical formation, their E-11 blasters raised. "The silence is over, Masters." Valerius's voice was amplified, cold, and devoid of the storm's frantic energy. "Give me the cache and the pilgrim. The Empire does not tolerate moral vacuums." Cirrus Kale stepped out from behind a central support pillar. He held no weapon. His hands were empty, his posture one of disciplined stillness even as the floor beneath him vibrated with the entity's hunger. "You bring fire to a house of ash," Cirrus said. "There is nothing here for you, Inquisitor." "I see 5 signatures in the Force," Valerius countered, his hand hovering over the hilt of his crimson blade. 5 echoes that should have been extinguished, decades ago. You're a loose thread in the tapestry of the New Order. "Open fire!" the stormtrooper sergeant barked. The hangar erupted. Blaster bolts crisscrossed the dark, reflecting off the rising water. Varro dove behind a terminal, frantically rerouting power to the hangar's internal crane. He didn't have a weapon, but he had the environment. "Umar! The crane!" Varro shouted. Umar, still manned at the turret control above, saw the objective. He swung the massive cargo crane arm, a 10-ton Durasteel limb, toward the stormtrooper line. The arm swept through the air with a mechanical groan, catching 3 troopers and hurling them into the flooded lift shaft. Valerius didn't flinch. He ignited his lightsaber. The crimson blade hissed as it met the freezing rain, sending plumes of steam into the air. With a casual flick of his wrist, the Inquisitor deflected a stray bolt from Umar's turret, sending it back upward. The bolt struck the turret's power coupling. The console in front of Umar exploded. "Umar!" Cirrus screamed. The child slayer was thrown backward, his robes catching fire. He rolled in the brine, gasping, but Valerius was already moving. He leaped across the hangar, a blur of shadow and red light. Marrow, the Hollow One, appeared seemingly out of the air, blocking the Inquisitor's path. He used a heavy industrial torch as a makeshift staff, his movements eerie and disjointed. For a moment the two clashed, the high-pitched whine of the lightsaber meeting the reinforced metal of the torch. But Marrow was no match for a trained killer. Valerius used a force shove, a localized burst of kinetic pressure that sent Marrow flying into the salt vault entrance. The entity responded. The floor of the hangar buckled upward. A geyser of black, oily water erupted from the centre of the deck. Gravity vanished. Everyone was lifted into the air, stormtroopers, monks and the pilgrim, as the monastery's very soul seemed to turn inside out. "It's eating." "The violence!" Varro yelled, clawing at a handrail. "Cirrus! The resonance is peaking. The pylon is going to shear." Valerius, suspended in mid-air by the force anomaly, looked toward the salt vaults. The sealed doors were glowing with an internal sickly light, the lightsaber vault. "So that's where you keep them," Valerius sneered. He thrust his hand toward the vault doors, using the force to rip the corroded seals. The metal shrieked and tore away like parchment. Inside, hundreds of hilts, the legacy of the broken masters, clattered to the floor. But the entity didn't want the sabers, it wanted the masters. The central pylon groaned, a sound of final, irreversible destruction. The primary support strut, a massive column of reinforced permacrete, snapped. The entire hangar deck began to slide toward the ocean. "The Pilgrim!" Cirrus shouted, lunging through the zero-gravity chaos toward Jax. He caught Jax's arm, but a stormtrooper, desperate and dying, fired a blind shot. The bolt didn't hit Cirrus. It hit the support cable holding the secondary evacuation skiff. The skiff, the monk's only way off the world, slid out the open hangar door and plummeted into the whiteout. "No!" Varro's voice was a sob. The loss was absolute. Without the skiff, they were trapped on a collapsing spire in a storm that was now alive. Valerius landed on a piece of stable flooring as gravity slammed back into place. He stood between the monks and the only remaining exit, the precarious walkway to the primary spire. "The future is unwritten," Valerius said, raising his red blade, "but your chapter ends in the dark." The pylon shuddered again, and a massive crack opened in the ceiling. The ocean began to pour in from above, a drowning weight that threatened to pull the entire monastery into the crushing depths. The pylon didn't just groan, it screamed, a metallic wail that vibrated in the monk's teeth as the secondary spire tilted another 5 degrees. The ocean, a black, churning wall of salt and ice, poured through the shattered hangar roof. "The bridge is shearing," Varro yelled, his voice barely audible over the roar of the water. He was clinging to a jagged spar of durasteel, his hands bleeding. "If we don't cross to the primary spire now, we're going down with the pylon." Cirrus Kale hauled Harrow Jax to his feet. The Pilgrim was shivering violently, the data cache clutched to his chest like a shield. Cirrus looked toward the main causeway, the only umbilical cord left connecting them to the rest of the monastery. Inquisitor Valerius stood in their path. The red glow of his lightsaber reflected in the rising floodwater, a bloody smear in the dark. "You have nowhere to go, Master Kale," Valerius said. The Inquisitor's voice was calm, anchored by the dark side even as the floor beneath him buckled. "The storm has judged you. Why die for a silence that has already failed?" "Umar! The suppression vents!" Cirrus barked, ignoring the Inquisitor. Umar, Thorin, his shoulder a blackened mess of charred robes and synth mesh, crawled toward a manual override panel near the salt vaults. His good hand shook as he punched in a code. With a hiss of freezing nitrogen, the monastery's fire suppression vents erupted. Not to douse a flame, but to create a screen. A thick white fog of cryogenic gas filled the hangar, obscuring the red blade of the Inquisitor. "Move!" Cirrus commanded. They ran. It wasn't a heroic charge. It was a desperate, stumbling scramble through the mist. Blaster bolts from the surviving stormtroopers hissed through the fog, ionizing the gas into stinging sparks. One bolt caught Varro in the thigh. The seer went down with a grunt of pain, sliding across the slick floor. "Leave me!" Varro gasped, his hand clutching the wound. The smell of burnt ozone and cauterized flesh filled the air. "Silence!" Cirrus hauled Varro up by his collar, dragging him toward the causeway. They reached the bridge, a narrow glass-enclosed walkway suspended 300 meters above the crashing surf. The wind here was a physical force, shaking the glass in its frames. Halfway across, the glass had already shattered, leaving a 10-meter gap where the pylon had shifted away from the main spire. Behind them, the fog cleared. Valerius emerged, his silver mask reflecting the lightning. He didn't chase. He raised his hand. The force hit the bridge like a physical hammer. The remaining glass panels exploded outward. The metal walkway twisted, the support cables snapping with the sound of blaster fire. Sirius threw Jax across the gap, the pilgrim landing hard on the stable section of the primary spire. Varro followed, heaved by Sirius's straining arms. "Umar! Jump!" Sirius yelled. Umar Thuran stood on the edge of the shearing pylon. He looked at Sirius, then back at the Inquisitor. Then he looked down into the dark where the entity coiled. "I can't," Umar whispered. His face was pale, his eyes fixed on the salt vaults they had just abandoned. "The Sabres series, the history, or it's all going into the sea." "It's just metal, Umar, move!" But Umar didn't move. He wasn't looking at the Sabres, he was looking at the Inquisitor. "You want the silence?" Umar shouted at Valerius. "Take it!" Umar didn't jump toward the primary spire. He lunged back toward the Inquisitor, his hands reaching for a thermal detonator he'd scavenged from a fallen trooper. "No!" Sirius screamed. The explosion was a white-hot bloom in the grey storm. The secondary pylon's structural integrity, already at the breaking point, vanished. The entire hangar section sheared away, tumbling into the ocean in a slow-motion avalanche of fire and stone. Sirius watched his brother vanish into the whiteout. There was no force echo of his death, only the sudden, crushing weight of the entity's satisfaction. The entity wasn't eating Umar's body. It was eating the choice he had just made. The primary spire shuddered as the bridge cables whipped back, lashing against the stone. Sirius crawled onto the landing of the main monastery, his hands trembling. Varro lay beside him, his leg a mess of charred meat. Jax was huddled against a statue of a faceless master, sobbing. The monastery was dying. The lights flickered and died, replaced by the dim emergency red of failing power cells. Oxygen scrubbers groaned, a rhythmic clack hiss that sounded like a mechanical lung failing. "The air," Varro rasped, his eyes fluttering. "The seals in the primary spire. The pressure is dropping. The storm is getting inside the vents." Sirius stood, his grey robes tattered and soaked. He looked at the faceless statue. For decades they had sought safety and neutrality. They had believed that by not choosing, they were protecting the galaxy from their own fallibility. But Umar's death was a choice. Valerius's arrival was a choice. "Sirius," Marrow's voice drifted from the dark of the main hall. The Hollow One was standing by a central meditation pool now filled with rising black water. "The entity isn't beneath us anymore. It's in the walls. It's in the air we're breathing." Marrow held up a hand. The black water in the pool was rising in a perfect silent sphere, defying gravity. Inside the sphere, the shadows of the monks' own pasts flickered. Their mistakes, their wars, their bloodied hands. "It's showing us the truth," Marrow said. "Our survival was never a virtue. It was a delay. We shaped the galaxy by leaving a hole in it. And now the Empire has come to fill that hole." A deep metallic thud echoed from the main doors of the spire. Something was hitting the blast doors. Not a ram, not an explosion. The Vindicator cruiser had dropped lower. Its tractor beam had locked onto the primary spire. They weren't going to storm the monastery. They were going to rip the entire spire off its foundations and haul it into the sky. "Countdown started," Varro said, looking at a failing wrist link. "The structural stress. The spire will tear in 3 minutes. We're being harvested." Jax looked up, his face illuminated by a flash of lightning through the cracked dome. "What do we do? You're the masters. Give me a sign. Tell me what to choose." Sirius Kale looked at the pilgrim. He looked at the data cache, the record of another Jedi who had failed by hesitating. "There are no signs, Jax," Sirius said, his voice hard as the saltstone. "There is only the cost, and we've been overdrawn for a long time." Sirius reached into his tattered robes. He didn't pull out a saber. He pulled out a small, cracked holocron, the only thing he had kept from his life before the vow. "Varro, get to the communications array," Sirius ordered. We aren't going to hide the signal anymore, we're going to amplify it. Amplify it? Varro asked. That'll bring every Imperial in the sector. Good, Cirrus said. Let them see what happens when the silence finally breaks. The spire groaned, the floor tilting, upward as the tractor beam began to lift the monastery out of the sea. The primary spire of the monastery groaned as it was ripped from the ocean floor. The Vindicator cruiser's tractor beam was a pillar of invisible, crushing force, pulling the massive stone needle upward. Gravity inside the sanctum was a chaotic lie. Black seawater, now infused with the entity's oily darkness, flowed upward toward the ceiling in spiralling ribbons. The structural integrity is at 3%, Varro screamed, his voice raw. He was lashed to a communications terminal by a length of power cable, his fingers flying across a flickering holopad. Ceres, the tractor beam is vibrating at a frequency that's liquefying the stone. If we don't break the lock, the spire will pulverize before we hit the cruiser's hangar. Cirrus Kale stood in the centre of the sanctum, his boots braced against the lip of the meditation pool. He held the cracked holocron aloft. It wasn't glowing with the soft blue of a Jedi archive. It was pulsing with a jagged violet light, a reflection of the entity's resonance. Do it, Varro, Cirrus commanded. Broadband burst, every frequency, every Imperial channel. If I send this, there's no going back, Varro warned. The Empire will have the records of every failure we've hidden here. Our shame will be the galaxy's inheritance. Our shame is already the galaxy's inheritance, Varro. Let them see the cost of silence. Varro slammed his hand onto the execute key. The monastery's massive transmitter array, designed for deep space distress calls, let out a howl that drowned out the storm. The data cache Jax had brought, the records of the burning village, the screams of the Jedi who refused to act, was broadcast into the heart of the Imperial fleet. The response was immediate. The Vindicator cruiser's tractor beam flickered. The ship's bridge was likely drowning in the psychic and digital feedback of the monks' collective trauma. Suddenly, the sanctum's main doors, 3 tons of reinforced durasteel, were blown inward. Inquisitor Valerius stepped through the smoke. His silver mask was scorched, his robes tattered and wet, but his crimson lightsaber was a steady, lethal hum. Behind him, the entity's shadows thickened, coiling around his limbs like a dark shroud. You think a broadcast will save you? Valerius's voice was a jagged rasp. You have only confirmed why you must be erased. You're a cancer of conscience. Valerius lunged. He didn't move like a man. He moved like a strike of lightning. Cirrus didn't reach for a saber. He reached for the Force. The unused sabers, hundreds of them, had been sucked out of the lower vaults and were now floating in the 0G of the sanctum, a swirling cloud of dead metal. Cirrus didn't ignite them. He used his mind to seize the entire cloud, turning the unlit hilts into a swirling kinetic hurricane. Valerius swung his red blade, a vertical slash intended to cleave Cirrus in. 2. Cirrus swept his hand across his body. A dozen lightsaber hilts hammered into the Inquisitor's chest and shoulders, the blunt impact of heavy alloy knocking Valerius off his feet. Jax, the shuttle! Cirrus shouted. Through the shattered dome above they could see Valerius's Sentinel-class shuttle. It was still tethered to the spire by emergency magnetic clamps, its engines idling in a hot standby mode. It was their only exit. I can't reach it, Jax cried, clinging to a statue as the spire tilted 60 degrees. Choose to reach it! Marrow, the Hollow One, appeared beside Jax. The Hollow One's eyes were no longer empty. They were burning with a terrifying lucid focus. Marrow didn't use the Force to lift Jax. He grabbed the pilgrim's tunic and threw him toward the rising ribbons of water. Use the flow! Go! Jax caught a spiral of upward-flowing water, the entity's gravity well acting like a high-speed lift. He shot toward the shattered dome. Valerius roared, a sound of pure dark side fury. He thrust his hand upward, intending to crush Jax in mid-air. Cirrus Cale met the Inquisitor's will with his own. It wasn't a duel of blades, it was a duel of futures. Cirrus didn't try to overpower Valerius. Instead, he flooded the Inquisitor with the contents of the holocron, the weight of every life lost to hesitation, every world abandoned to the silence. Valerius staggered, his silver mask cracking. The entity, sensing the Inquisitor's sudden, sharp doubt, turned on its host. The black shadows wrapped around Valerius's throat, pulling him down toward the meditation pool. "The spire is failing!" Varro yelled, unlashing himself. The top third of the monastery spire snapped. In a final, explosive burst of motion, Cirrus grabbed the injured Varro and leaped into the updraft. They were propelled through the shattered dome, tumbling into the freezing rain of Gorum V just as the Sentinel shuttle's boarding ramp hissed open. Jax's hand reached out, catching Ceres by the collar. They scrambled into the shuttle. Marrow was the last one in, his robe scorched, his face a mask of exhaustion. "Punch it!" Cirrus yelled. Jax slammed the throttles forward. The Sentinel's twin ion engines flared, fighting the tractor beam's dying grip. With a sickening jolt of G-force, the shuttle tore away from the spire. Below them, the Monastery of Broken Masters disintegrated. The primary pylon shattered into a million fragments of stone and metal. The Vindicator cruiser, its bridge likely still reeling from the data burst, banked away, its tractor beam flickering out. The spire's remains plummeted back into the sea, a white water impact that sent a tidal wave across the horizon. The entity, denied its repression and its masters, vanished into the spray. The shuttle climbed, punching through the cloud ceiling into the cold, silent black of space. Inside the cabin, the silence returned. But it was different now. Harrow Jax sat in the pilot's seat, his hands shaking on the controls. The data cache was on the floor beside him, its light extinguished. He looked back at the three monks. "Where to?" Jax asked. "The Republic. The Rim." Cirrus Cale looked at the cloud of lightsaber hilts that had followed them into the shuttle's cargo hold. Hundreds of weapons, all unlit, all silent. He didn't touch them. "We go wherever the signal is loudest, Jax," Cirrus said. "You aren't a student, and we aren't masters anymore." "Then what are we?" Cirrus looked out the viewport at the stars, a billion choices waiting to be made. "Accountable," Cirrus said. The shuttle jumped into hyperspace, a white line of motion cutting through the dark. The Unseen Order. The hyperspace probe returned with a log full of missing data, and every calculation based on it had come true. It hung now in the observation cradle like a dissected insect, limbs retracted, sensor petals charred from micro-impacts. Around it, the docking bay of the Resolute Path hummed with the polite, anxious industry of technicians, pretending not to stare at the anomaly pulsing on their screens. Master Liam Coke watched the data streams cascade down the hollow slab and refused with quiet stubbornness to misbehave. "This shouldn't be possible," Dr. Serenal said beside him, which in her vocabulary meant, "I am afraid." She flicked fingertips through layered probability plots. Each was a cloud of coloured points. Each collapsed into a single tight streak as the simulation ran. Course corrections that should have introduced divergence instead converged. Sensor outages that should have widened error bars instead narrowed them. "You lost nearly 40% of your data packets," Coke said, calm out of long habit. Yet your predictive envelope tightened. Nal rubbed at the bridge of her nose, smearing the ghost light. "We had 3 independent nav stacks modelling asynchronously. Every time the probe dropped out for a fraction of a second, the stacks disagreed, and then, immediately after, they agreed even more closely than before, as if the system was offended by the argument and decided for them." Liam let his gaze drift from the projections to the viewport beyond. where the lightless star system awaited them. There was a star out there, according to the gravitic readings. Its pull was unmistakable, but it had the visual presence of a hole. No corona, no flares, only the faintest suggestion of distorted starlight at its rim, like a lens made of reluctance. Around it, one planet massed where no chart had ever placed it. A dull marble veiled in thin, uncommitted cloud. The unknown regions were full of strange things. He had come to many. Few made the Force as quiet as this one. He closed his eyes, reaching outward, inward, along whichever dimension it was that connected consciousness to that luminous field the Order called the Force. He expected, as always, currents, the bright, restless eddies of life below, the distant pressure of the star, the tolerable friction of fear and hope in the crew around him. Instead, he felt politeness, as if something very large were holding its breath so as not to disturb him. He opened his eyes before the silence could become personal. "Knight Valen is readying the landing party," Nal said. She glanced sidelong at him. "If your council has any last-minute objections to bringing a Jedi Guardian into a system that refuses probabilities, now would be the time to file them." "Elaborate," Liam said. She gestured impatiently at the probe. "He's trained to see threats, identify vectors, act. He extrapolates trajectories instinctively. That's very useful in a normal causal regime. But if his expectation itself becomes a stabilizing factor," she trailed off. "Or a destabilizing one." "Knight Valen is not in the habit of breaking the universe by looking at it," Liam said. Nal's lips twisted. "Everyone thinks that, until they upgrade their sensors." The shuttle ride down from orbit was uneventful in precisely the way that made Valen uneasy. He sat forward in his crash seat, hands loose on his harness, watching the cockpit readouts over the pilot's shoulder. Outside the viewpane, the planet's atmosphere presented as a thin grey wash, like diluted ink. There were no storm systems, no visible fronts. The weather maps were blank except for a few elegant spirals of vapour at high altitude. A mathematician's sketch of clouds, never finished. "Minor turbulence ahead," the pilot said. There was no turbulence. The shuttle's hull shivered in anticipation, then didn't. Valen felt his muscles brace for a jolt that failed to arrive. The straps dug into his shoulders anyway. The pilot frowned, tapped the console. That was strange. Compression wave on the forward sensors, then it cleaned itself up. "Liam?" Valen called back. Coke, across the narrow aisle, had his eyes half-lidded, hands resting palm up on his knees. Not quite meditation, listening. "I felt the intention of a crosswind," the Jedi Master said, "and then I felt it apologize and leave." Valen snorted. "Weather doesn't apologize. Here, it may." Liam opened his eyes, meeting Valen's. "Stay observant, but perhaps for once do not reach for outcomes too quickly." "It's my job to reach," Valen said. "Else we sit in orbit, modelling ourselves into paralysis." Nal, squeezed in behind them with a portable sensor rack folded over her lap, muttered, "Paralysis is underrated." The shuttle broke through the highest clouds. The surface revealed itself in muted albedo, broad plains of smooth stone gently contoured as if the world had been sanded down by an indifferent hand. Darker basins lay scattered like old bruises, each filled with a layer of fog that neither rose nor fell. "There," Nal said, pointing. "Energy signature, low in amplitude but persistent. That ring formation, likely habitations, vectoring to those coordinates." From above, the settlement did not look like a settlement so much as a series of circular depressions in the stone, barely raised lips around their rims, no towers, no spires, no visible machinery, just circles, repeating across the plain in a pattern too regular to be natural and too modest to be proud. The shuttle set down on a stretch of bare rock a few hundred metres away. The landing struts found purchase with a soft, almost embarrassed thump. The ramp descended into still air and a silence that had weight. Varlin was first out as protocol demanded. His boots met the surface with a faint stickiness, as if the stone were reluctant to acknowledge him. He reached automatically for the force, for that familiar sheet of awareness extending in all directions. Terrain, potential cover, heartbeats near and far. He felt the ship behind him, the minds of the crew, the bright, taut line of Dr. Nowell's focus. Beyond that, a flatness, not absence. There were life forms out there. He could sense them if he leaned hard enough, but their contours refused to sharpen, as if someone had taken a cloth to the universe, wiping away the edges. Coke emerged next, robes whispering, eyes scanning with that particular unhurried attentiveness Varlin alternately admired and envied. Nal followed, already unfolding scanners, her breath visible in the cool, dry air. The sky overhead was a pale, indecisive grey. High-altitude clouds spun in thin spirals, never thickening into anything as committed as a storm. Gravity 0.98 standard. Stable, Nal said. Atmosphere breathable. Microparticle counts. Low. Radiation normal. Nothing here wants us dead. Yet, Valen said. A movement at the edge of his vision. A figure at the nearest ring structure, then another. They had emerged from openings almost flush with the ground, standing on the lip of the circular depressions. Robes, simple and dark, hoods up, no visible weapons. Varlin lifted a hand, greeting and warning both. "I am Knight Tor Valen of the Jedi Order," he called out. "We come on behalf of the Galactic Republic, in response to anomalous signals detected from this system. We request parley." The wind did not carry his voice. There was no wind. Yet somehow the words seemed to reach them. He saw shoulders straighten, heads tilt. One of the figures stepped down from the ring and walked toward them. The gait was unhurried, balanced, without any of the minuscule hesitations of someone on unfamiliar ground. This was home, and the ground knew it. As the figure approached, Volan's hand drifted toward the hilt at his belt, a reflex. He did not ignite the blade. He would not be the one to put first light into this muted world. But his fingers closed around the cylinder, feeling the familiar weight, the coolant channels, the activation switch. The robed figure stopped a respectful distance away and lowered their hood. The face revealed could have belonged to almost any humanoid world. Fine-boned, weathered, aged somewhere between youth and elder, skin pale from a lifetime under subdued skies, eyes, unremarkable in colour, astonishing in stillness, not serenity, not defiance, a kind of practised non-engagement, like a mirror angled to reflect nothing. "Welcome," the figure said. The voice was low, clear. "You've arrived safely," Valen frowned. "You speak basic." "We speak what is spoken to us," the robed one said. "You're concerned with anomalies." Nal stepped forward. "We detected non-random corrections in probe trajectories, self-healing navigation errors, improbable clustering of avoided accidents. There are also gaps in our data that do not correspond to hardware faults. We're here to understand the mechanism." The figure's gaze moved to her, and Varlin felt nothing. No curiosity, no resistance. Only that same precise non-engagement. "Mechanism," they repeated, as if tasting the word. "You have brought a seer, a guardian, and a counter of chances. This is appropriate." Coke inclined his head. "You know of the Jedi?" "We know of those who look," the robed one said, "and those who turn looking into lore." "Who are you?" Valen asked. "We are no ones," the figure said. "We are the order that is not seen. The name you will use if you must is the unseen." Valen's fingers tightened on his hilt. Force users? The faintest flicker of something, amusement, grief, passed across their features. We are aware of the field you call the Force. We have practiced not using it for a very long time. Nell blinked. That makes no sense. If you're sensitive, you can't simply decide to... You are here to model, the Unseen said, turning back to her. You are here to collapse uncertainty into chart and chart into policy. We are here to ask you not to. Valen took a step forward. With respect, we do not take orders from... Liam, Nell cut in quietly. Look at this. Her wristpad flickered. She threw the projection into shared space. It showed the shuttle's descent profile as a pale line through atmosphere, with a secondary line of predicted turbulence events flickering in red. Each red spike inverted, flattening to nothing a fraction of a second before the shuttle passed through. Our models projected microbursts, Nal said. Crosswinds. They never materialized. It's as if the atmosphere waited for us to decide where we would be, and then rearranged itself to avoid us. The probe's logs show the same pattern. A world that yields, Koki murmured. He turned to the Unseen. What is it that you do? We do not observe, the figure said. We do not choose. When the futures crowd around an event, we avert our gaze. That which is not observed may choose mercy. The words were not spoken with fervour. They had the flat cadence of doctrine long memorized, long eroded. Valen let out a breath laden with incredulity. You're saying you keep the system stable by ignoring it? We prevent worse outcomes by refusing to prefer any, the Unseen replied. The universe is eager to oblige those who insist on seeing one path. Your kind are very insistent. Our kind? Valen's jaw clenched. You know nothing about... He stopped himself, felt the force coil in him, reflexively mapping trajectories, distance to target, likely vectors of attack, points of vulnerability in robe and bone and organ. The calculus was automatic. Something in the air tightened. Liam felt it too. His hand lifted, a quieting gesture. Tor, easy. Valen stepped back, spine stiff, fingers itching. He needed to test something, to see if any of this was more than skilled rhetoric and a nervous planet. He closed his eyes and reached out just a little, toward a fist-sized stone a few meters away. A simple exercise. Draw it to his hand with a small tug on the force, just enough to prove to himself that gravity still respected his will. He reached. The force did not resist him. It did not flow either. His expectation extended like a hand. The universe, with exquisite politeness, declined to meet it. There was no pushback, no external countercurrent. Only a softness, a yielding, a refusal to harden into the channel he offered. His fingers twitched. The stone remained utterly, innocently still. The failure was so complete that when his body moved to accommodate a weight that never arrived, his balance broke. His boots slipped on the theatrically smooth stone. Pain flashed as his knee buckled, sending a dull shock up his thigh. He caught himself with a curse, palms scraping on the ground. Behind him, the shuttle's hull hummed sympathetically, as if embarrassed on his behalf. In the force, there was only that vast, courteous distance. Tor, Liam said softly, not reproach. Sadness. Nal's expression had turned very carefully blank, the way scientists looked at subjects whose failure they would later need to describe without cruelty. Valen pushed himself to his feet, jaw tight. The Unseen had not moved. You see, they said quietly, gaze on Valen but not piercing him. When you reach for the world here, it refuses to become your story. This is mercy. Liam stepped forward. Mercy for whom? For all the futures in which your certainty would have killed more than your doubt, the Unseen said. They turned, this time inviting rather than dismissing. Come, they said. There is doctrine we carved for visitors like you, when we still believed inscription would matter. It lies in stone, where time may erase what your orders cannot. They walked toward the nearest circular structure without looking back. Liam followed, robe hem whispering over the reluctant rock. Nal came behind, recording, her instruments catching wild fluctuations in local probability gradients that refused to settle into numbers. Varlin limped after, teeth clenched, every instinct screaming for something as simple as a threat he could cut. The ring's inner depression led down into a low circular chamber carved directly from the bedrock. The walls were bare, featureless, light-absorbing. The acoustics were strange. Their footsteps sounded as if someone else were deciding whether or not they had happened. On the far side of the chamber, etched shallowly into the stone, was a single line of text in characters that rearranged themselves in Liam's peripheral vision until they settled into words he knew. That which is not observed may choose mercy. The inscription was so faint that a few more years of abrasion would erase it entirely. "Why carve this so lightly?" Liam asked. The unseen rested their palm just below the words, not touching. "Because we did not wish to force the world to remember it," they said. "And because we knew one day those who live by records would come and ask the wrong questions." Liam felt the force around them, quiet and unjudging, like an immense eye turned politely away. Behind him, Varlin flexed his scraped palms and looked at the faded words as if they were an accusation. Nal's scanner pinged softly, a cluster of distant, deferred catastrophes, failures that had not happened elsewhere in the galaxy, all correlated statistically with this unremarkable, lightless system. The threshold had been crossed. They were inside the doctrine now. The question, Liam thought, was whether they could step back out without collapsing anything that could not be repaired. They did not sleep that first night. The unseen provided quarters carved out of the same light drinking stone as the doctrine chamber. Round rooms without corners, furnished only with low cushions and recessed alcoves for simple necessities. There were no doors, only angled passages that damped sound without fully separating spaces, as if privacy were treated as a gentle suggestion rather than a guarantee. Varlin lay on his back, staring at a ceiling he could barely perceive. The force hummed around him like distant circuitry, powered down but still connected. He flexed his hand, remembering the small humiliation of his failed pull. His palms stung where the stone had taken skin. He tried again, this time with something smaller, a grain of dust on his glove. He reached, carefully, tentatively, shaping intent like the delicate catch of a gear. The dust didn't move. The force did nothing at all, not obstruction, not flow. His will met an ambient softness that accepted information but refused to become action. It felt like trying, to clench a fist in a dream. He rolled onto his side, frustration curdling into a heavier sensation he did not want to name fear. Guardians protected by imposing themselves on circumstances. Here, circumstances refused the imposition. Across the chamber, Liam sat with legs folded, spine straight, hands resting lightly on his knees. His eyes were closed, but Varlin could tell from the minute movements of his shoulders that this was not serene meditation. "How long have you been at it?" Valen asked. Liam opened his eyes. "At what?" "Listening to the Force pretend we're not here," Liam considered. "Since we landed." "And?" "It is not pretending," Liam said. "It is modulating, choosing where not to be available." "That's semantics," Valen said. "In our work," Liam replied gently, "semantics kill people." Valen pushed up to sit, wincing as his knee protested. "I tested it again. Nothing. Not even a wobble. I've trained in suppression. Fields, null zones, dark side nexuses. They all have character. This is like..." He groped for an analogy. like swinging at fog and missing because the fog stepped aside to spare you the effort. Mercy, Liam said softly. Insult, Valen snapped, then caught himself. His laugh was brittle. Apologies, Master. I'm not used to the universe being more considerate than you are. A chime sounded, low and non-intrusive, echoing strangely in the rounded room. It was not directional. It seemed to arise from the air itself. That signal, Liam said, head tilting. It's not local, Valen said. Shipside. Liam pressed 2 fingers to his comm bead. Coke. Captain Rira's voice came through, thin with bandwidth compression and unconvincing calm. Master Coke, we've picked up an incoming object at the edge of the system. Mass and drive signature consistent with a mid-range cruiser. Transponder is obfuscated, but energy profiles are familiar. Valen was already on his feet. Sith. Nal appeared in the doorway, hair unbound, sleep forgotten. Their senses will pick up the same anomalies. Maybe they were already listening. Can you mask our presence? Liam asked the room more than the comm. The air did not answer. There was no sense of occlusion, no helpful dimming of signatures. In the Force, the new arrival was a hot, blunt knot of will punching its way into the system, like a spear into soft clay. The Sith dupe themselves with their own power, Liam said into the comm. But they are not fools. Raise shielding, minimise active scans, no offensive postures. We're in their sky, Master, Rira said. That's posture enough. The link closed. Valen turned to Nal. How long until they reach orbit? Assuming standard deceleration. She did the mental math. Hours. Less, if they're reckless. And they are always reckless. We should move, Valen said. Fortify the settlement. Prepare fallback points, evacuation corridors. Elaborate evacuation corridors to where? Nal said, gesturing at the blank plain outside. There's nowhere to conceal thousands of people on this stone slab. Besides, we don't know if moving them en masse might upset whatever this place is doing, Valen's jaw set. Sith troops on the ground will upset them more. Liam rose, smoothing his robe. Let's not assume the Sith's first act will be to land guns blazing. If they have monitored this system for any length of time, they know Force is unreliable here. They will send someone to talk first. Good, Valen said. I've been wanting something I can hit. The Unseen received the news of the approaching cruiser with the same muted acknowledgement they gave to weather reports. Not indifferent, not panicked. A quiet registering of a parameter. In the central chamber, elders of the Order stood in a loose circle, robes indistinguishable, faces marked by varying degrees of age but the same deliberate non-engagement in their eyes. Liam had given up trying to read them through the Force. Every time he extended his senses, they blurred, like text seen through a lens that refused to focus. You have enemies, one of the elders said mildly, as if remarking on a distant storm. They have followed your interest here. They are your enemies as well, Valen said. We have no enemies, the elder replied. We have only visitors who insist on looking. Nal paced the edge of the chamber, wristpad projecting shifting probability fields. She had begun to speak more softly in these rooms, as if she feared full volume might cause something to commit. We can't assume they'll respect your policy of non-observation, she said. They will scan, interrogate, model. If your doctrine is really what you say, that will undermine your entire mechanism. It already has, another Unseen said. You arrived. Liam stepped into the circle. We came because our instruments detected something impossible. We believed understanding would allow us to help you. If we withdraw now, you cannot withdraw the fact that you have seen us, the First Elder said. You cannot uncollapse that outcome. The words landed in Liam's mind with the dull, heavy weight of obvious truth. What happens, he asked quietly, when too many eyes fall on you? The elders traded glances. Not telepathic consultation, simply the shared weariness of those who had answered this question too many times. The futures we have delayed begin to insist, the elder said. Pressure builds, this world frays. And the galaxy? Nal asked. The elder's gaze flicked to her. Elsewhere, things, resume. Accidents that did not occur may yet occur. Wars that stalled in indecision may find their decisive battles. Nal's stomach dropped. You're saying the system has been absorbing misfortune, dampening it? Not absorbing, the elder corrected, refusing to certify. Events we do not look at cannot finish falling. They hang, undecided. Time smears. Macrocausal buffering, Nal whispered. A local decrease in entropy at the cost of global metastability. That's... She stopped, breath catching. The numbers on her wristpad meant something new now, something personal. How many disasters, she asked, forcing each word, have quietly failed because you did not look at them? We do not count, the elder said. Counting is a kind of seeing. Valen's fists clenched. You're playing games with lives. On the contrary, the elder replied, you play games with lives when you predict and command. We abstain. The galaxy supplies more than enough certainty. Enough, Liam said, voice low. Arguing metaphysics will not prevent the Sith from acting. You know who they are. Yes, the elder said. They are the ones who insist that only the future they desire is real. Then give us permission to act in your defence, Valen said. Allow us to... To what? Another unseen cut in. To summon a future in which we are saved by your violence. To choose, for all possible worlds, the one where Jedi blades flash heroically. Their tone held no mockery, only a bone-deep exhaustion. You would feel better. That is all. The chamber's air had grown dense. Liam felt his chest tighten, as if the world objected to this conversation continuing. Nal's wristpad chimed, discordant in the hush. She glanced down, then went very still. What? Liam asked. I set passive alerts only, she said slowly. No active scans, just listening to the background probability noise at low resolution. And? Valen prompted. Something just dropped, Nal said. A whole cluster of potentials outside the system. Transit accidents, piracy raids, an outbreak, on a frontier world. They all just resolved into nothing. Like a long series of coins that had been hovering on their edges and finally fell to tails. Elaborate, Liam said. I had them flagged as high likelihood events based on prior trends, Nal said. They were overdue. Statistically, the galaxy has been unnaturally quiet in certain sectors. Now suddenly the quiet continues, without sufficient cause. It's like the background probability field out there just got lighter. She looked up, eyes wide. And the noise in my local readings here went up. We are letting go, the elder said. It is too late to maintain all that we have withheld from happening. Your arrival, and theirs, a tilt of the head toward the invisible Sith cruiser, have narrowed the paths. We must choose where to keep looking away. Valen stepped forward until he was almost nose to nose with the elder. Choose us. Let everything else burn if it must, but do not sacrifice this world because we came to understand it. Understand, the elder said, eyes steady, is your word for inscribe onto your maps, integrate into your systems, transform into policy. That is what will happen if you live and carry this story off-world. The galaxy will not let such a mechanism remain unexploited. It will build doctrine around us, weapons, safeguards, games. We will become a lever, and your orders will never stop pulling. Liam felt the force around him stir, uncertain. He thought of the council chambers, the hushed awe that greeted any new insight into the deeper workings of the force. He thought of how quickly awe turned into curricula. What would you have us do? He asked. The elder looked at him for a long time. In that gaze Liam felt not judgment, but apportionment, as if he were being measured against a scale he did not recognise. Stop looking, the elder said simply. Leave, forget. Allow this system to remain a rumour, an anomaly. Let it be strategically uninteresting. Let it fade from your maps. That's impossible, Nal said. Your instruments already misbehave here, the Elder said. Let them misbehave a little more. Lose this data. Misfile it. Make a bureaucratic error. Nal's mouth opened in reflexive protest, and then they all felt it. A presence at the edge of the system like a knife pressed against skin. Liam turned his head sharply, not with his eyes, but with his other sense. The Sith cruiser had decelerated into a stationary orbit, its awareness a hot, angular pressure. Unlike the planet, it wanted to be seen. It wanted very much to impose itself. A smaller node detached from the larger, a shuttle or stealth pod, and began to fall toward the planet, wrapped in coils of focused intention. They are not listening, Valen said. Of course they are, the Elder said. They are listening only to themselves. Master, came Captain Riera's voice over the comm tight as a bowstring. Unidentified vessel has entered atmosphere on a direct trajectory to your coordinates. We're reading minimal emissions, could be cloaked. We cannot intercept without revealing our own capabilities. Understood, Liam said. Maintain passive posture, no weapons, no transmissions beyond this band. He cut the link, aware that even the act of coordination was a kind of world-shaping. Valen's hand drifted again to his hilt. Don't, Liam said. They will land soldiers, Valen snapped. Interrogators. Maybe worse. You've seen their signature. I have, Liam said. I've also seen what happens when we reach for the world here. It steps aside and lets us fall. And if we do nothing, Valen demanded, we'll watch the unseen be taken apart piece by piece because we were too virtuous to interfere. Nal's voice cut across them, thin and frayed. This isn't a binary. Interfering and abstaining both have global consequences we don't understand. Every action we take, or refuse to take, redistributes probability across the galaxy. We're standing on a junction point. If we pull in any direction, entire chains of events elsewhere might... She stopped, staring at her wristpad. The numbers had gone wild, spiking in impossible directions, then flattening to neat, reassuring lines. That's not real, she whispered. That's not real. It's... The world attempting to soothe your panic, the Elder said. It does that sometimes. It gives you clean stories so you will stop asking. Liam felt something cold grip his spine. That way lay madness, the suspicion that reality itself would lie to them to preserve its own coherence. Yet how else to interpret a system that self-corrected their models to match what it preferred? The chime sounded again, once, twice, a divergent interval apart. They are here, the Elder said. As if on cue, the probability noise in Liam's senses sharpened around a single descending point, a seed of ruthless certainty cutting through all the planet's polite diffusion, a Sith mind, focused and unafraid of collapsing outcomes. Liam looked to the unseen. If we are as dangerous to you as they are, he said quietly, why allow us to stay long enough to meet them? Because, the Elder said, before this is over, you must see what your need to know is done. Only then will you be capable of leaving and failing to record. They turned, robe whispering. Come, they said. You wished for a mechanism, Master Coke. You're about to see one try to rewrite us. They led the way out of the chamber, up toward the pale, poised sky, where a speck of incoming darkness grew, unashamed to be observed. The shuttle did not scream. It should have. By every predictive model Hal had ever trusted, by every instinct Volan carried about hostile insertions, there should have been ion, wash, sonic shear, a declaration of intent in the way engines burned atmosphere. Instead, the craft descended as if embarrassed by its own certainty, wrapped in a sheath of disciplined quiet. It touched down on the stone plain beyond the ring sanctums with a gentleness that felt like a rebuke. Varlan felt the landing like a bruise forming before impact. That's deliberate, he said. They're minimising collateral, not because they care, but because they're afraid to push. Liam did not answer. He was watching the sky, not the shuttle, but the way the cloud spirals above it tightened, then loosened again, as if a thought had been entertained and dismissed. The unseen gathered at the lip of the nearest ring. Not a defensive formation, a geometry of presence. They stood spaced evenly, hands folded or at rest, faces turned neither toward the shuttle nor away from it. Their posture had the peculiar dignity of people who refuse to let their attention be conscripted. Nal's wristpad hummed. She had turned the display off. The sound was enough. The shuttle's ramp lowered. A figure emerged, tall, robed in the severe lines of Sith utility, rather than the theatrical armour of war. No mask, no flourish. The mind that stepped onto the stone was sharp and narrow, a blade honed to a single purpose. "I am here to speak," the Sith emissary said, voice carrying without effort, "and to be heard." Varlan felt the force ripple, then stall. The emissary's presence pressed forward, testing, probing for resistance that did not arrive. For a fraction of a second the Sith's certainty wavered. Then it reasserted itself, tighter. Liam stepped forward, unarmed hands visible. "You have entered a system under Republic exploratory charter." The emissary smiled thinly. "Charters are agreements between those who agree reality should behave. I am here because it does not." Their gaze slid to the unseen, and something like interest, professional, appraising, flickered there. "You," the emissary said. "You are the reason probabilities knot and unknot like bad lies. You do not project power, you subtract it. That is unusual." "We do not subtract," an elder of the unseen replied. "We decline." The emissary laughed once sharply. "A distinction without consequence." "Everything here is consequence," the elder said. Varlan shifted his weight, muscles coiled. He could feel the force around the Sith like a clenched fist, ready to strike not at bodies but at outcomes. This was not a berserker. This was a planner. "I will be direct," the emissary said. "This world is a strategic liability. It produces uncertainty that cannot be dominated. That makes it dangerous." "To you," Valen said. "To everyone," the emissary replied, eyes never leaving the unseen. "A galaxy that cannot be predicted cannot be ruled. A force tradition that refuses to act cannot be coerced. That combination invites accidents." Nal felt her stomach hollow. "You're afraid," she said before she could stop herself. The emissary's head tilted. "I am prudent." "You sense this place because it cannot be anticipated," Liam said, "and because your rivals cannot be relied upon not to destroy themselves around it." A flicker of irritation, real this time, crossed the Sith's face. "Your order's foresight is legendary, Master Jedi. Pity it has brought you to the same conclusion too late." Valen's patience snapped. "State your terms." "I will observe this world," the emissary said, "fully. I will map its probability field, its causal loopholes, its refusal mechanics. Once understood, it can be neutralized or exploited." The unseen did not react, not outwardly. Liam felt the air thicken, as if the planet itself had leaned in to listen against its better judgment. "You cannot observe us without changing what you observe," Liam said. "Of course," the emissary said. "That is the point." They raised a hand, not in threat but in invocation. The force gathered, compressing around the emissary's mind, sharpening into a beam of intent aimed not at the unseen but at the world. Varlan moved. He ignited his blade in a flare of blue, stepping between the emissary and the nearest elder. The light was obscene against the muted stone, a declaration the planet had not asked for. The world flinched, not violently, precisely. The hum of Valen's sabre wavered, pitch slipping as if the Kyber itself were reconsidering its role. Gravity shifted a fraction. Valen staggered, compensating, blade arcing wider than intended. The emissary laughed again, delighted. There it is, the reflex, the insistence on choosing. They focused, tightening their grip on the Force, and 2 Sith acolytes emerged from behind the shuttle, blades already lit, red light slicing the grey air. Volan braced for impact that never came. 1 acolyte lunged, 2, fast, 2 eager, and slipped on stone that had been perfectly stable a moment before. Their blades swung wide, carving empty space, and the counterstroke they expected from Valen never arrived. Instead, their own momentum carried them into the path of their companion's strike. Red met red. Flesh met certainty. The second acolyte froze, staring at the body falling at their feet. In that heartbeat of hesitation, their footing betrayed them as well. They pitched backward, blades slicing air, spines striking stone with a sound that ended abruptly. Silence. Valan stood, blade humming, chest heaving, not from exertion, but from shock. He had not struck. He had not even parried. The world had simply allowed violence to complete itself. The emissary's smile faded. "You see," the elder said quietly, "we do nothing, and those who insist on action are consumed by it." Nal's wristpad screamed, then cut off, its display going black as if offended by what it had just recorded. Liam felt something tear inside him. Not the Force, but his understanding of it. He had spent decades believing that foresight was a form of compassion. To see suffering coming was to be obligated to prevent it. Yet here was a system in which seeing was the trigger, and restraint the only brake. The emissary's gaze hardened. Enough theatre. I will not be lectured by ghosts. They reached again, this time not delicately, but with the full, brutal confidence of Sith doctrine. They sought a total vision. Not a future event, but the structural rule that governed all of this. A complete observation, collapsing the ambiguity the unseen had cultivated. Liam felt it as a scream that never made sound. Probability tightened like a knot pulled too hard. The sky darkened, not with clouds, but with decision. The elegant spirals overhead snapped into violent rotation. Wind tore across the plain, hot and cold in alternating waves. The stone beneath their feet shuddered micro-fractures, racing outward in geometric patterns that hurt to look at. "This is it," Nal whispered. "They're collapsing the field." The unseen did not flee. They did not resist. They closed their eyes. Across the galaxy, unseen, unremarked, chains of deferred events lurched. A convoy that had missed an ambush found its timing suddenly corrected. A political assassination long stalled by miscommunication found its mark. A reactor that had skirted failure tipped, at last, into catastrophe. The Sith emissary gasped as the vision flooded them. Not the triumph they expected, but a cacophony of outcomes rushing back into relevance all at once. Their mind, trained to dominate singular futures, buckled under the weight of multiplicity. "No," they choked. This is too much," the planet screamed. Not audibly. In the Force, it was a tearing sound like fabric ripping along every seam at once. Gravity spiked and dipped. The horizon warped. For a terrifying instant, Liam saw through the world, to branching paths, stacked and compressed, begging to be chosen. He felt the temptation with a clarity that sickened him. If he reached out now, if he saw hard enough, he could impose order. He could select the least catastrophic branch and force reality to obey. Mastery. The unseen elder turned to him, eyes open now, and for the first time Liam felt their attention rest fully upon him. "We are not preventing catastrophe forever," the elder said, voice steady amid the chaos. "We are delaying it, until the galaxy learns restraint." The ground split. A shockwave flung Valan to his knees, sabre skittering across the stone, its light flickering uncertainly. Nal clutched her head, screaming as data and intuition alike dissolved into noise. And now, the Elder continued almost gently, the delay is ending. The Sith emissary collapsed, clawing at the ground, their vision too wide, their certainty annihilated by excess knowledge. Their shuttle's engines flared uselessly, feedback loops spiralling as systems tried and failed to reconcile contradictory commands. Liam stood at the centre of it all, heart hammering, the force roaring like a tide against his senses. For the first time in his life, he understood that his greatest strength, his need to know, might be the galaxy's most dangerous flaw, and the world, cracking under the weight of too many eyes, waited to see whether he would choose to look. Liam did not look. The instinct to seize the flood, to clamp meaning onto the roaring multiplicity tearing through the force, rose in him like a muscle memory older than language. Every lesson of the Order had prepared him for this moment. When futures splinter, a master chooses. When chaos surges, clarity is mercy. When reality falters, someone must decide. He shut his eyes instead. The act felt obscene, irresponsible, like stepping away from a patient mid-surgery because the wound was too complex to name. Around him, the planet convulsed. Stone plates ground against one another with a sound like teeth clenched in pain. Gravity oscillated, not enough to fling bodies skyward, but enough to rob muscles of trust. Valen crawled on hands and knees, reaching for his fallen sabre as if it were a talisman against uncertainty. The blade lay dark now, its kyber silent, refusing even the pretense of readiness. Nal collapsed to her knees beside a shallow basin as fog erupted upward, no longer polite, boiling with aborted rainfall. She tore the wrist pad from her arm and hurled it into the mist. The device shattered against unseen stone, its final transmission a meaningless burst of perfect predictions that no longer corresponded to anything that could be acted upon. "Make it stop," she sobbed. Not to anyone in particular, just make it consistent. The unseen remained standing, not rigid, not defiant, simply present, like anchors hammered into a seabed no one else could feel. "This is what happens," one of the elders said, voice carrying despite the wind. "When certainty arrives all at once, the galaxy has been spared too many endings. They are eager to complete themselves." The Sith emissary screamed, not in rage, in comprehension. Their mind had not shattered. It had expanded, forced to hold every deferred outcome they had demanded to see. Wars layered atop wars, betrayals flowering in timelines that had been quietly postponed. Empires rising not because they were destined, but because no one had delayed them long enough to learn better. They clawed at the stone, blood streaking their nails, eyes unfocused and too bright. "I see it," they gasped. "I see all of it. This is what you've been hiding. You think yourselves merciful, but you're hoarders of inevitability." The elder inclined their head. "We never claimed innocence." The emissary laughed, a broken sound. "You've turned the galaxy into a pressure vessel, and now..." The ground lurched violently. A fissure tore open between the ringed sanctums, swallowing one of the shallow basins whole. The fog vanished into the wound, snuffed out like breath. Now it bursts. Liam felt it then. The point of no return. Not a single event, but a threshold of observation crossed too many times by too many minds too quickly. The Unseen's long vigil, centuries of disciplined inattention, was being overwritten by minutes of Sith insistence and Jedi proximity. The Order had not lied. They had only delayed. "Master," Valen shouted, scrambling upright as another shockwave knocked him sideways. "We need to do something." Liam opened his eyes. The Force slammed into him like a confession. Branches of possibility whipped past, begging to be chosen, offering clean resolutions if only he would name them. He saw paths where the Sith emissary died cleanly, where the planet stabilized under Jedi containment fields, where the unseen were catalogued, relocated, institutionalized. He saw paths where he became the architect of a new doctrine, hailed as the master who tamed uncertainty itself. Power-weighted, compliant, and in every path where he acted something else broke later, quietly, far away, unnoticed, until it was too late to undo. The Elder met his gaze, eyes calm even now. This is the cost, they said, not of violence, of knowing. If you choose, you will choose for everyone, forever. Nal dragged herself to her feet, face streaked with dust and tears. Liam, if you don't stabilise this, the Council will. They'll come with fleets and censors and doctrines. This will never be allowed to remain unmeasured. I know, he said. His voice sounded far away, like someone else's. Another tremor ripped through the ground. One of the ring structures collapsed inward, stone folding without drama, as if the planet were simply erasing an idea it no longer had the patience to sustain. The Elder exhaled. For the first time, fatigue showed, lines deepening, shoulders sagging. We cannot hold much longer, they said. The act of being seen has already thinned the veil. Soon there will be nothing left to withhold. Then let us help you leave, Verlin said hoarsely. Evacuate. We'll cover you. The Elder shook their head. You cannot escort us out of observation. Wherever we go, your attention will follow. We are not a people who survive transport. Liam felt the truth of that settle like ash. What happens if I don't look? He asked. The Elder considered. Then the world will attempt to stabilise around your ignorance. Not perfectly, not forever, but enough. And you? A faint smile. We will withdraw, become unlocatable. Our work here is done. By vanishing, Nal whispered. By refusing to be responsible forever, the Elder replied. The Sith emissary dragged themselves upright, swaying. Their eyes locked on Liam with a clarity born of desperation. You think abstention absolves you? They spat. Your refusal is still a choice. The galaxy will bleed because you lack the courage to shape it. Liam stepped closer, the chaos receding just enough to make room for the moment. You're right, he said quietly. It is a choice. He turned inward, not toward foresight, toward absence. He didn't meditate. Meditation sought clarity. Instead, he dismantled his attention piece by piece, like a man laying down tools he had relied on since childhood. He shut off the practiced pathways that leapt ahead of time, that stitched cause to effect with comforting narratives. He allowed the Force to pass through him without interpretation. The effect was immediate and terrifying. Reality slackened. The shriek of tearing probability softened into a low, uncertain groan. Gravity steadied, not because it was commanded to, but because no one was insisting it do otherwise. The sky's violent rotation faltered, clouds, unravelling back into tentative spirals. The Sith emissary screamed again, not in pain this time, but in loss. The vast, unbearable vision collapsed inward, stripped of its scaffolding. No, they whispered. Don't take it away. I almost understood. They fell, unconscious, the knife edge of their certainty finally blunted. Varlin stared at Liam as if seeing him for the first time. You're doing nothing. Yes, Liam said, eyes still unfocused, and it's the hardest thing I've ever done. The unseen began to fade. Not physically, not yet, but in the way the Force refused to finish describing them. Their outlines softened, their presence thinned, like words forgotten mid-sentence. The delay ends, the Elder said, voice already distant, but the lesson remains. Stone folded in on itself, sealing fissures without force. The planet exhaled. The immediate catastrophe, this one, here, passed. Liam swayed, suddenly exhausted, his identity stripped of its most trusted limb. He had not saved the galaxy. He had merely stepped aside and let it stumble toward a less catastrophic version of itself. And in that abdication, something irrevocable had shifted, not just in the world beneath his feet, but in the structure of what it meant to be a guardian at all. The planet did not recover, it settled. There was a difference Liam could feel even with his senses deliberately dulled. Not restoration, not healing, but a cautious agreement to continue. The stone plains no longer shuddered, yet they retained faint hairline seams, memories of fractures that had almost chosen to exist. The fog basins returned, thinner now, their edges uncertain, as if they might decide not to gather again if watched too closely. The sky remained pale, undecided. Clouds resumed their hesitant spirals, never quite finishing the thought of a storm. Around him, the unseen were gone, not vanished in a burst of force or hidden behind illusion. They had simply ceased to resolve. Liam could sense where they had been in the same way one senses a word on the tip of the tongue, an absence shaped exactly like presence. The ringed sanctum still stood, but they no longer felt inhabited. Architecture without intention, stone without witness. Valen knelt near the fallen Sith emissary, binding their hands out of habit more than necessity. The Sith stirred weakly, consciousness returning in fragments, their once focused mind dulled, vision narrowed to something survivable. "You robbed me," the emissary rasped. Liam didn't answer. There was nothing to argue, nothing to clarify. Any explanation would be a form of reinstatement, of narrative, of authority. Nal stood apart from them, staring at the horizon with naked eyes. She had shut down every instrument she carried, ripped power cells free with shaking hands. For once, she did not trust herself to know responsibly. Her mind replayed the revelation again and again, disasters that never happened. Entire chains of suffering quietly deferred, not prevented by heroism or policy, but by disciplined neglect. "I could prove it," she said hoarsely, not looking at Liam. "I still could. With enough cross-referencing, enough historical reconstruction. I could publish a paper that would end the delay everywhere," Liam said. She swallowed. "Yes." They stood together in silence long enough for the idea to decay. "I won't," she said finally. "Not because anyone ordered me not to. Because if understanding requires collapse, then ignorance can be a form of care." She laughed weakly. "I never thought I'd say that." Liam nodded once. That was all the confirmation either of them needed. The resolute path departed without ceremony. No final scan, no archival sweep. The ship's logs contained corrupted timestamps, contradictory coordinates, entire data blocks overwritten by sensor noise that looked, on later review, like ordinary malfunction. A park clerk in the Republic Science Corps would flag it, sigh, and route it to a lower priority audit queue already swollen with anomalies from the unknown regions. Nothing that demanded urgency, nothing that invited pursuit. In orbit, as the planet shrank to a dull marble below, Liam felt the last tether slip. The force there was still present, but unreachable, like a courtesy extended and withdrawn. "Master," Valen said quietly from the co-pilot's seat, "permission to speak freely." "You never ask," Liam replied. Valen hesitated anyway. "Back there. You didn't save them." "No," Liam said. "You didn't defeat the Sith." "No." "You didn't secure the system." "No." Valen exhaled. "Then what exactly did you do?" Liam considered the question carefully, as one now wary of answers. "I stopped insisting," he said at last. "For once, I let the galaxy keep its ambiguity. Valen stared ahead at the stars. His hands rested loosely in his lap, not on the controls, not on his saber. I don't know how to be a guardian in a universe like that, he said. Neither do I, Liam said, but I know how not to be one. That would have to be enough. The Jedi Council did not like incomplete reports. They tolerated them. Barely. Liam stood before the semicircle of masters on Coruscant, the great windows behind them opening onto a city that never slept because it believed vigilance was virtue. He delivered his account plainly, carefully, omitting nothing factual, and yet leaving the heart of it untouched. An anomalous system, non-hostile inhabitants, unstable probability mechanics, Sith interest, escalation avoided, no actionable intelligence recovered. Your logs are unsatisfying, one master said coolly. Yes, Liam agreed. Your conclusions are vague. Yes. And your recommendation, another pressed, regarding follow-up. Liam met their gazes one by one. He felt the familiar urge to see ahead, to anticipate reactions, to select the most persuasive future. He let it pass. My recommendation, he said, is restraint, that some anomalies are safer unexamined, that our need to know may itself be a source of imbalance. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Confusion, irritation, faint alarm. That borders on abdication, the master said. Liam inclined his head. I submit my resignation from the council. Silence fell, not the courteous silence of the unseen world, but the shocked vacuum of a structure encountering something it had not modelled. You would step away now, someone asked, after all your service? Yes, Liam said, before I do further harm. The council deliberated. They always did. In the end, they accepted, not because they agreed, but because the Order had no protocol for refusing a master who no longer wished to see. Years passed. Galactic conflict did not end. Wars still ignited. Ambitions still sharpened. But something subtle crept into decision-making, a hesitation difficult to quantify. Battles delayed by incomplete intelligence. Preemptive strikes postponed because certainty felt suspect. Leaders who once trusted flawless projections now demanded margins for error they could not explain. Strategists complained, oracles faltered, predictive engines underperformed, and quietly, almost imperceptibly, the galaxy bled a little less often. Dr. Sarah Nall took a quiet post far from policy circles, teaching probability theory with an unusual final caveat. Not all correct predictions should be shared. Her students found the idea unsettling. Some found it heretical. A few understood. Nightor Valen returned to duty changed. He ignited his blade less often. When he did, it was with care that bordered on reluctance. Among the ranks he became known not for decisive victories, but for conflicts that never quite escalated around him. And Liam Coke travelled. He taught no grand doctrine. He offered no visions. He spoke instead of thresholds, of moments when stepping aside mattered more than stepping forward, of futures that survived because no one demanded to see them clearly. He never spoke of the unseen order by name. There was no need. Somewhere, deep in the unknown regions, a lightless world continued. Not as guardian, not as buffer, but as absence. The futures it once delayed now found their own paths, for better or worse. The galaxy never noticed the disasters that never happened, and that the unseen order would have said, had anyone been left to say it, was the point. The last Mandalorian trial. The jetpack misfired just as the horn sounded. Not a catastrophic failure. Nothing dramatic enough to excuse panic. Just a stutter in thrust, a brief asymmetry in lift that tilted Raiden Korda's body a few degrees off true vertical before the stabilizers corrected. In training, it would have been noted. In combat, corrected without comment. Here, it was a sentence. The horn's sound did not echo. The atmosphere on Carthax Minor was too thin, too exhausted by centuries of particulate fallout. The note carried forward in a straight, merciless line, vibrating armour plates and bone alike, then vanished without reverberation. A signal without memory. An announcement meant only for those already listening. Raiden landed hard, boots skidding across fractured basalt. The ground here had once been molten. Now it was brittle, shattered into angular plates that shifted under weight like poorly stacked shields. His knee servos compensated late. Pain flared, sharp and diagnostic, then dulled as suppressants engaged. The trial had begun. Above him, contrails carved pale scars across the grey sky. Not all at once. That would have been theatrical. Instead, the hunters entered the airspace with measured separation, disciplined, procedural. Each ignition was deliberate, fuel efficient, creed compliant. Raiden recognised the cadence immediately. Hunt geometry. They were not trying to overwhelm him. Not yet. The opening phase demanded clarity. Establish the praise vector. Observe deviations. Allow hope to form. Raiden pushed forward into a collapsed mining trench, the walls sloughing dust as his armoured mass displaced ancient debris. His HUD flickered once as it recalibrated to the ambient radiation. Nothing alarming, but enough to degrade range certainty. The targeting reticles softened at the edges, their confidence reduced to probability. He did not curse the machine. He had taught others not to. Equipment failed. Warriors adapted. That was the creed as he understood it. He reached the trench floor and paused, not to hide, but to listen. Jetpacks screamed overhead. On this moon, sound travelled poorly sideways but carried brutally downward. Every ascent was an announcement, every hover a confession. He counted ignition signatures. 5. No. 6. One was higher altitude, wider arc. A coordinator. Raiden moved. Blaster fire stitched the trench lip seconds later, precise and restrained. Warning shots. A test. The shots were aimed not to kill, but to force him deeper, to collapse options rather than flesh. They were doing this correctly. He vaulted a fallen support strut and felt the second jetpack shadow before he saw it. An occlusion in the weak light. A pressure displacement his armour flagged too late. He rolled as a stun bolt cracked past his visor, close enough to ionize the edge of his display. The hunter landed ahead of him, boots locking magnetically to exposed ore, champion armour reinforced, shoulders, personal heraldry etched deep into Beskar, not decorative, but identity made permanent. They charged simultaneously. The clash was ugly, no flourish, no spoken challenge. Vibraknife met Beskar with a sound like tearing metal, the vibration biting through Raiden's gauntlet. They fought chest to chest, gravity low enough to exaggerate every movement, high enough to punish imbalance. The basalt chewed at their footing, dust invaded every joint. Raiden disarmed the hunter with a torque manoeuvre he had taught a dozen recruits years earlier. The blade skittered away, vanishing into shadow. He drove his knee into the other's midsection, felt armour flex, ribs protest. The hunter went down. Raiden froze. The creed did not demand mercy, but it did not forbid it either, not explicitly. The ritual required death eventually, but not immediately. Survivability was part of the proof. The hunt's legitimacy rested on effort, not efficiency. He disabled the hunter's jetpack instead of delivering the killing blow, a precise shot to the intake manifold. Fuel vented in a controlled plume, useless but not explosive. A mistake, the elders would say later. Raiden knelt and retrieved the fallen warrior's holo recorder, its casing cracked by impact. The device was still recording, still transmitting on a closed channel. That surprised him. He retreated as blaster fire resumed, more intense now, less ceremonial. The hunters adjusted, data flowed, the system learned. He reached a basalt overhang and took cover, breathing heavy now, the pain suppressants beginning to misalign sensation from consequence. His visor pulsed a low-level alert. Tracker signal. Internal. He stared at the readout, uncomprehending. Internal. He had installed the armor's tracker himself years ago as part of a doctrine update. Transparency among clans, accountability through shared telemetry. No warrior should vanish without record. He had believed in that. The holorecorder chimed softly. A corrupted file resolved into audio, fragmented, compressed, but unmistakable. A command, an execution order, not his voice, an elder's. The name attached to the signal was old, respected. One of those who never fought anymore but still decided who would. Raiden shut the file down as another jetpack ignited nearby. He did not feel vindicated. He felt hollowed out. Proof did not matter yet. Survival did. He moved again, deeper into the trench network, each step less certain than the last. Above, the hunt tightened. Below, the moon groaned. Subsurface tremors stirring ancient charges that no one bothered to map anymore. The Creed had brought them here because the land would not remember. Raiden understood then, not fully, but enough to hurt, that the trial was not about what he had done. It was about what he could survive. And that, more than any betrayal, made him dangerous. The countdown came as a courtesy. It arrived as a narrow beam transmission on a clan priority band, cutting cleanly through the static of Carthax Minor's electromagnetic debris. No heraldry, no ceremonial preamble, just a voice Raiden recognized from war briefings and victory commemorations, measured, age-worn, certain. Dawn in 6 hours, Torvelk said. The trial concludes when the sun clears the Terminator. Hunt with discipline. No mention of capture, no mention of terms. The channel snapped closed. Raiden stood in the half-shadow of an overhang, armour dusted in metallic grit that turned every movement into a muted grind. His HUD dutifully updated. A thin arc along the top of his visor began to crawl from dark to pale, marking the progression of local night toward light. 6 hours. On any other battlefield that would have meant endurance, rotate squads, cycle ammunition, establish fallback positions. Here, it meant the inverse. There would be no relief. Above, a constellation of red pips tightened their pattern. The hunters adjusted formation to the constraint as naturally as breath. Raiden watched their telemetry, the shared grid he had once helped design, and saw the subtle shift from encirclement to funneling. They were no longer simply tracking his position, they were shaping his path. A shriek knifed the air. Whistling birds, micro-munitions key to target profiles and motion heuristics, streaked across the trench, cutting shallow grooves into basalt where they missed him by centimetres. On Carthax Minor, the thin atmosphere mutated their familiar whistle into a higher, harsher sound that ricocheted off rock faces without respect for distance. Direction became suggestion. Raiden dove, rolled, felt one bird glance his pauldron. Warning glyphs flared, micro-penetration / non-critical. Armour integrity dipped a fraction of a percent. His heart rate spiked. He forced his breathing into cadence. In, hold, out. The old training. Whistling birds were doctrine, calculable. They rewarded predictive movement. The solution had always been the same. Break rhythm, change axis, induce algorithmic confusion. He had taught that lesson in simulators, on carriers, in lecture halls with bored recruits who preferred live fire. He did the opposite. He ran straight, allowing the birds to bracket him, forcing them to expend fuel and processing power, tracking a target that behaved as expected. He waited until their pursuit curves overlapped, until their corrective arcs became inefficient, then cut sideways with a sudden boost that scraped his fuel reserves and left a bitter ion taste in his mouth. Two munitions collided and detonated against each other, showering the trench with slag. His visor dimmed automatically against the flash. When it cleared, his fuel gauge had dropped farther than it should have. Dust intake, inefficient combustion, Carthax minor eating at his margins. He checked the time arc again. 5 hours, 43 minutes. The internal tracker pulsed a quiet, steady rhythm beneath the other data, never urgent enough to override, never subtle enough to forget. A heartbeat that did not belong to him. He opened the holorecorder's last cached segment while he ran. The device linked to his visor through a jury-rigged channel. The audio fractured around interference, phrases snagged on static. Order originates. Contain narrative exposure. Trial must be visible, not survivable. The last line repeated, a result of corruption, but the meaning landed clean. Not survivable. He vaulted a narrow fissure, caught the opposite lip with both hands, and hung there for a moment longer than necessary, boots scraping at rock that refused clean purchase. The low gravity made the drop survivable, but the instinct to cling remained. Below, the fissure widened into darkness, edges lined with obsolete cables and ore veins half extracted. A good place to disappear. The hunters did not drive him toward it. They flanked instead, pressures from either side pushing him away from the fissure and toward a different quadrant of the map. A corridor of mutual fire, a guided path. He pulled himself up and kept moving, following their intention even as he resisted it. It was one thing to be prey. It was another to be ushered. Jetpacks roared closer. Raiden risked a vertical burst, riding a column of thrust into the thin air to gain a few seconds of vantage. His backplate screamed protest. Fuel efficiency / redline. The dust intake warnings spiked again, then subsided as the filtration system fought a losing but orderly battle. From above, Carthax Minor presented itself as a graveyard of efforts. Stripped trenches ran like scars in every direction, converging toward a horizon where structures broke the ground's monotony. A distant cluster of collapsed towers and skeletal frameworks frozen at the moon's edge. The dead city. His HUD tagged it automatically, an old mining designation pulled from forgotten databases. No one lived there. No one had for decades. The radiation levels marked in faint, outdated orange were technically within Mandalorian tolerance, but not comfortably so. A place for reclamation crews, not ritual spectacle, unless spectacle required no witnesses. The hunters moved to herd him toward it, their formation now obvious from this altitude. Arcs overlapped to block retreat into the safer flats. Wide gaps opened only in the direction of the ruins. The first bolt hit his calf plate while he was still processing the pattern. Not lethal, not meant to be. The impact spun him, destabilizing the jetpack's already strained gimbals. He corrected too slowly. Momentum carried him sideways into a column of dust-laden air rising from a recent whistling bird detonation. Engines coughed. Thrust dropped. He fell. The ground ended sooner than he expected. The trench became a canyon mid-plunge, its walls steepening, the floor dropping away as if the moon itself had shrugged during some forgotten catastrophe. Raiden registered the change an instant before he slammed into a jag of rock, armour screeching in protest. Pain punched through his torso, untidy and unfiltered. The suppressants lagged by a full second, overwhelmed by the abrupt spike. For that heartbeat of unmediated sensation, he understood every injury he had accumulated across years of campaigns and had politely ignored. He lay there, staring up at a slice of grey sky framed by jagged stone. Jetpack signatures crossed the aperture, distant and precise. Another warrior might have called this a sign. Raiden called it data. He rolled to his side, groaning, and forced himself upright. His left gauntlet reported reduced grip strength, microfractures in the exoskeletal reinforcement. The calf plate hit earlier now flickered as structurally compromised/functional. He laughed once, a short cracked sound. Functional. Everything was, until it wasn't. The canyon wall here had been reinforced once, braced by metal struts to support mining bridges that no longer existed. Raiden saw the ghost outlines of where platforms had clung, now just scars in stone and twisted mounts. He used the old anchors as a ladder, hauling himself upward one painful meter at a time. Above him, 2 hunters dropped into the canyon with controlled descents, jetpacks throttled to minimum to avoid stirring more dust. They knew the environment. They were adapting. One landed on a protruding shelf 10 meters above him. The other took a position at the canyon's mouth, blaster leveled, angle calculated to punish ascent. They called down to him, their voices flattened by helmet filters. "Raiden Korda," the shelf warrior said. "Release your weapons, face the sky, end this clean." End this clean. Raiden clung to the rock, fingers slipping in fine particulate. His body protested every breath. The internal tracker pulsed its steady rhythm, a reminder that any move he made was already known, already recorded. He considered obeying. Honor demanded courage and death. That was one reading. Another, less recited, suggested that honor also demanded discernment, knowing when sacrifice served more than spectacle. He thought of Vesha's sibling, dead on a nameless ridge where orders had come down flawed and late. He thought of the holorecorder's glitched assertion. Trial must be visible, not survivable. He didn't answer. Instead, he unclipped a small grappling line from his belt, a relic of pre-jetpack tactics he had kept out of habit, mocked by younger warriors who trusted thrust over tension. He fired it sideways into a rusted anchor point across the canyon. The line caught. He let go. His body swung out into open air, away from the predictable climb vector the hunters had already mapped. The blaster bolt meant for his helm carved through the space where his head had been, dissipating into the canyon wall with a shower of molten fragments. For a moment he flew without engines. No roar, no scream, just the clean arc of momentum over vacuum-cut stone. He triggered the jetpack. At the apex, a brief corrective burst that redirected his trajectory toward a narrow ledge impossibly offset from any doctrinal path. The engines whined, fuel counters dipping below thresholds he had always taught others to respect. He hit the ledge hard, shoulder first, and rolled into cover. His vision narrowed, edges darkening. The suppressants finally reasserted themselves, flattening the pain into a dull, traitorous distance. Above, the hunters adjusted again. Non-sanctioned equipment, one muttered on an unsecured band, surprised but not impressed. Old tactics, desperate. Raiden smiled despite himself. Old tactics were the ones that predated shared telemetry and ritualized hunts. Old tactics had been designed for uncertainty. He checked the holorecorder one more time. A new fragment had cached during his fall, piggybacking on a burst of clan communication he had not consciously requested. Public execution parameters met trial broadcast windows. Confirmed. No extraction contingencies authorized. He froze the playback, mind passing the implications with the same calm he had once brought to battlefield maps. There were no extraction contingencies. Not if he collapsed. Not if he surrendered. Not if he proved his innocence with evidence so irrefutable even the most rigid elder could not ignore it. The trial was not a test with pass-and-fail conditions. It was an erasure protocol. The hunters were not here to judge his actions. They were here to ensure that by dawn, There would be nothing left of Redline Corda but a story that served the creed. He looked toward the distant outline of the dead city, its broken towers barely visible through the canyon's slit of sky. The formation above still guided him in that direction, every pressure, every gap, every mistake in their coverage conspiring to push him toward those ruins, toward a stage. He understood then, not as a suspicion but as architecture, that the trial had been constructed backwards. First came the outcome, a disgraced warrior dead at dawn, honour satisfied, questions buried. Only afterward had they arranged the ritual, the location, the language. He was not being hunted for what he had done on some distant battlefield. He was being used to seal what they had decided must never be spoken about that day. His survival, if he achieved it, would not clear his name. It would expose theirs. Redline drew a slow breath, feeling the filters taste the metallic dust, hearing the faint rattle in his chest where impact had bruised bone beneath plating. His fuel levels hovered at an uncomfortably narrow margin. His range-finding flickered, uncertain, as radiation pockets toyed with his depth perception. The creed he'd carried inside him for years pressed against all of that data, demanding compliance, demanding a clean end. He let the pressure sit there. Then, quietly, he stepped away from it. He keyed his visor to a low-power narrowcast, banned and spoke. Not to the elders, not to the hunters, but to his own armor's recorder. "Carthax Minor," he said, voice rough. "Trial of Redline Corda. No extraction contingencies. Outcome predetermined." He tagged the message with autonomous broadcast conditions. Not for now, not for these frequencies, but for any Mandalorian signal net that might still be listening when structures began to fail. If he reached the dead city, he would be walking into a trap. If he refused to go, they would box him in and finish the job on unbroken rock. Either way, by dawn, the creed would have its spectacle. The only variable left to him was what else dawn might reveal. He pushed himself upright, favouring his injured leg, and chose the direction the hunters wanted least for him to take. He headed straight for the ruins. The dead city did not rise from the ground so much as it failed to remain buried. Redline crossed the last stretch of open basalt as the terrain subtly shifted beneath his boots, gravity thinning just enough to unsettle long-trained reflexes. The ruins at the Terminator's edge were not monolithic towers in the heroic sense. They were industrial remnants, support pylons stripped of purpose, transit rails hanging in long arcs between nothing and nothing, habitation shells crushed inward as if the moon had exhaled and never inhaled again. The city had not been destroyed. It had been abandoned mid-function. That, more than scorched stone or radiation scars, marked it as useful. Redline entered through a fractured access corridor once wide enough for ore haulers. Now it narrowed into a choke of twisted metal and regolith. His armour scraped constantly, telemetry flickering as radiation pockets surged and fell like erratic tides. The internal tracker pulsed faster here, not because it had changed, but because the silence made it louder. Above, jetpack signatures flared and vanished as the hunters took up positions among the ruins. They did not follow him, directly inside. They did not need to. The city itself had already reduced his options. Collapsed spires formed vertical mazes. Hanging rails cut sightlines into unpredictable segments. Every open space was overlooked by at least one skeletal structure that could hide a marksman, a sensor node, or nothing at all. The architecture favoured those who waited. Redline moved anyway. He moved because stopping meant becoming legible. He cut through a derelict habitation dome whose inner walls still bore faded warning glyphs, radiation advisories, evacuation arrows pointing nowhere useful. The floor was layered with debris fine enough to betray footfalls but thick enough to muffle sound. He altered his gait, distributing weight unevenly. breaking the rhythm his own systems would otherwise encode. A blaster bolt punched through the dome's outer skin where his head had been a second earlier. The impact blew a fist-sized hole to vacuum, pressure equalizing with a scream of escaping dust. The hunters were tightening their perimeter, not rushing. They had learned. Raiden ducked through a maintenance shaft, climbing a ladder whose rungs had been eaten thin by corrosion. Halfway up, the ladder gave way. He fell only a meter before catching himself, but the impact jarred his injured leg hard enough to elicit a spike of white-hot pain that briefly overwhelmed the suppressants. He hung there, breath ragged, visor dimming automatically to compensate for dilation. In that suspended moment, between ascent and fall, between flight and collapse, he felt the full weight of the trial's design. The dead city was not chosen randomly. It was a convergence point. Every possible path through it forced close quarters. Jetpacks lost dominance here. Long-range weapons lost certainty. The hunt would inevitably compress into something more intimate, something visible. He hauled himself up and rolled onto the next level, emerging into a plaza that had once been a loading nexus. Cranes lay, toppled like felled beasts. The ground sloped gently toward a central depression where a massive excavation shaft plunged into darkness. Old mining charges lay buried beneath the plaza. His HUD flagged faint signatures, residual power cells dormant but intact, mapped poorly by modern standards because no one bothered to teach this history anymore. The creed preferred forgetting. A jetpack ignited behind him, too close for ceremony. Raiden spun as a warrior landed hard, knees flexing to absorb the low gravity. Champion markings glinted dull red in the weak light. Vesha Krizev rose from the landing crouch with practiced economy, Beskad already in hand. Her visor angled toward him, assessing not just his stance but the micro-delays in his movements. She had trained with him long enough to read the tells he no longer tried to hide. "You came," she said. No anger, no triumph, just confirmation. "They pushed," Raiden replied, keeping his blaster lowered. "Same as you." She did not deny it. Around them, shapes moved among the ruins. Other champions taking positions, their presence felt more than seen. They were forming an arena out of negative space, leaving the plaza open not by accident, but by agreement. The trial was narrowing. "You should have died earlier," Vesha said. "Cleanly. That was the mercy." Raiden laughed, a dry sound that scraped his throat. "Mercy," he repeated. "Is that what this is?" Her grip tightened on the Beskad. "It's what keeps us whole." He took a step closer, boots crunching softly on debris. "You've heard the recordings." A pause. Fractional, but real. "Yes," she said. The word landed heavier than any blow. Raiden felt something inside him loosen. Not relief, but the last frayed strand of hope that this was all a misunderstanding waiting to be corrected. "Then why?" he asked genuinely. Vesha's helmet tilted, almost imperceptibly. When she spoke again, her voice carried the strain of something held too long under pressure. "If you live," she said, "the story breaks." The plaza groaned beneath them as a subsurface tremor rippled outward from the excavation shaft. Dust lifted in slow, drifting clouds, turning the air granular and thick. "You think truth destroys us?" Raiden asked. "No," she said. "I think debate does." She advanced then, and the duel began. There was no jetpack burst, no opening flourish. Both of them knew better. In the dead city, verticality was a trap. They circled instead, boots sliding on grit, blades raised in mirrored guards they had practiced 100 times. Their first exchange was brutally economical. Beskad met Beskad, sparks flying as hardened edges bit and skidded. Raiden felt the vibration run up his arm into his shoulder, aggravating the earlier impact injury. Vesha pressed the advantage immediately, driving him backward toward the plaza's depression. He disengaged with a twist, switching hands mid-motion in a maneuver the Creed explicitly discouraged. Inefficient, they said, disruptive to flow. It bought him half a second of surprise, enough to land a shallow cut across her thigh plate. She grunted, more in irritation than pain, and came at him harder. They fought in close quarters now, bodies colliding, armour scraping, breath loud in their helmets. Around them the hunters held their positions, weapons trained but inactive. This was permitted, even encouraged. The Creed valued symbolic resolution. Between strikes, words slipped out. "They'll fracture if you survive," Vesha said, parrying a low sweep. "Clans will argue. Old wounds reopen." "They should," Redline shot back, catching her wrist and twisting. "We're not whole. We're sealed." She broke free with a knee to his midsection that knocked the breath from him. He staggered, barely regaining footing at the plaza's edge. Her next strike disarmed him. His beskard clattered across stones, skidding to rest near the excavation, shaft slip. Silence stretched. Vesha held her blade at his throat. The pressure was real, calibrated to cut if she leaned forward even a fraction. Around them, dawn's first light began to creep over the horizon, pale and unforgiving. Long shadows stretched across the ruins, making every figure taller, more accusatory. "You could end this," she said quietly. "Let it be clean. Let your death mean something." Redline looked past her, at the hunters ringed among the ruins, at the banners stitched into their armour, at the internal tracker's steady pulse reminding him that even now every heartbeat was being archived. "My death already means something," he said, "just not what you think." She hesitated, not because she doubted the truth, but because she understood it too well. "If you live," she said again, voice breaking this time. "My sibling died for a lie that couldn't survive daylight." The plaza shuddered violently as another tremor rolled through, closer now. Warning glyphs flared across Redline's visor, subsurface instability /escalating. He met her gaze through Beskar and lenses and years of shared doctrine. "Then let it break," he said. For a heartbeat he thought she might lower the blade. Instead she stepped back and raised her voice, letting it carry across the plaza and into the ruins beyond. "He knows," she called out, "and he still refuses." Torvelk emerged from the shadows then, his armour pristine, unmarked by dust or combat. He moved with the assurance of someone who had never needed to run here. "The sun rises," Velk said. "The trial concludes." Redline stood unarmed at the edge of a city built to forget, surrounded by warriors who knew the truth and had chosen cohesion over correctness. Dawn broke fully over Carthax Minor, thin light spilling across broken stone. The zenith had passed. What followed would not be decided by skill. It would be decided by consequence. Torvelk did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Authority, when long practiced, travelled without effort. "Redline Corder," he said, stepping into the open plaza as if the ruins themselves had parted for him. "By the creed, and by the consensus of the clans, the trial has reached its terminus. You have been tested. You have resisted. You have failed to submit." Velk gestured once. The hunters tightened their ring. No weapons were fired. That would have cheapened the moment. Blasters stayed trained but idle. Jetpacks remained silent. The plaza became still in the particular way that only coordinated violence could achieve, a quiet so complete it felt rehearsed. Redline stood at the edge of the excavation shaft, the cold draught rising from its depths tugging faintly at his armour seals. Dawn light washed over the ruins, stripping away the last illusions of night. Everything here was exposed now. Fractures in stone, corrosion in metal, the wear patterns of a city that had not been designed to last forever. Neither had the Creed, he realised. It had just been pretending better. You were accused of betrayal, Velk continued, his tone instructional, as if addressing a chamber rather than a man. You were given the chance to demonstrate worth through survival. You chose resistance over acceptance. Raiden laughed again, softer this time. You never planned to let me accept anything. A murmur rippled through the hunters, subtle, quickly suppressed. Velk's visor angled slightly, acknowledging the sound without conceding ground. Acceptance, Velk said, is demonstrated by obedience. There it was, the clean line, the blade beneath the language. Raiden reached up slowly, deliberately, and deactivated the safety seal on his helmet. Several blasters twitched in response. Velk lifted one finger, and the movement froze. Raiden removed the helmet. The air bit immediately, thin and metallic against sweat-damp skin. His breath fogged once, then vanished. He felt the cold more, sharply now, the radiation tickling exposed nerves in a way his armour had filtered out. He looked older without the helmet, not weaker, just human in a way Mandalorian ritual preferred to forget. "This isn't a trial," he said, projecting his voice across the plaza. "It's a deletion." Velk stepped closer. "You mistake procedure for malice." Raiden shook his head. "I mistake silence for rot." He reached down and activated the holo-recorder, holding it up where every visor could see the cracked casing, the blinking indicator that signalled cached data still waiting to be released. "This contains the order that killed Vesha's sibling," he said, not looking at her. "It contains your authorization codes, Velk. It contains proof that the trial was constructed to bury a decision that should have been answered for." Velk didn't deny it. Instead, he spread his hands slightly, palms open in a gesture that mimicked concession without offering any. "Even if..." "True," Velk said. "What do you think happens next?" The question was genuine, not mocking, curious. Raiden hesitated, not because he did not know the answer, but because saying it aloud would make it real. "The clans argue," he said finally. "They fracture. They decide whether honour means obedience or responsibility." Velk nodded. "Exactly." He stepped closer still, boots crunching softly on debris until only a few meters separated them. "And while they argue," Velk went on, "our enemies do not pause. They do not care about moral precision. They care that Mandalore stands or falls." Raiden met his gaze. "So you kill truth to preserve shape." "We preserve continuity," Velk replied. "Shape survives. Truth can be rebuilt later." Raiden felt the lie in that statement settle over the plaza like dust. Truth, once erased, did not rebuild itself. It had to be excavated, and the Creed had grown very skilled at filling holes. Velk raised his hand again. "End it," he said calmly. The hunters moved then, closing the distance in synchronized steps. No rush, no chaos. This was the final motion of a ritual designed to appear inevitable. Raiden's hand tightened around the holo-recorder. He thumbed the release, not the broadcast, something older. The ground lurched violently as ancient mining charges awakened beneath the plaza. Not all at once, not catastrophically, but in a cascading sequence of controlled failures. The dead city groaned, structures shedding debris as if shrugging off a long-held burden. Warning glyphs erupted across visors throughout the ruins. "Subsurface collapse," someone shouted. The hunters broke formation instinctively, training warring with survival as they adjusted to the sudden instability. Jetpacks ignited, not ceremonially now, but urgently. Thrust vectors jagged as pilots fought to gain altitude amid falling stone. Raiden moved. He didn't run. He limped, favouring his injured leg, heading not away from the shaft but along its rim. The excavation's edge began to crumble, slabs of basalt shearing off and vanishing into darkness. Velk stumbled as the ground shifted beneath him. his pristine armour suddenly irrelevant against physics that did not respect tradition. Raiden caught him by the forearm, not out of mercy but necessity, and hauled him back from the collapsing edge. Velk stared at him, shock briefly visible even through the visor. "You won't kill me," Velk said, realization dawning. "You want me seen." Raiden nodded. "Alive." He activated the holo-recorder again, this time opening every channel the device could access, piggybacking on the chaos of failing comms and emergency signals. The cached audio spilled out, raw and unedited, elder voices issuing orders that had never been meant to leave closed chambers. Across the ruins, across the hunt, across Mandalorian space, the truth propagated. Hunters froze mid-flight, hearing commands that did not align with the story they had been taught. Some stabilized and landed. Others hovered uncertainly, caught between orders and revelation. Vesha stood amid the collapsing plaza, blade lowered, listening to the voice that had sealed her sibling's fate. Her shoulders sagged, not in defeat, but in something closer to release. Torvelk tore his arm free and staggered back, raising his voice, trying to reassert command, but it no longer travelled cleanly. Authority required coherence. The moment that coherence fractured, volume meant nothing. The city continued to fail around them, not explosively but relentlessly. Platforms collapsed, rails snapped. The excavation shaft widened as its supports gave way. Raiden backed away from the centre of it all, helmet still off, face set not in triumph, but exhaustion. He had not won. He had made the system visible. As the dust settled and dawn fully claimed the ruins, Mandalorians stood scattered across broken ground, no longer united by ritual posture, but separated by interpretation. The creed had not shattered, but it had cracked. And cracks, Raiden knew, invited light, or collapse. The dust did not settle all at once. It drifted in layers, fine particulate suspended in the weak gravity, catching dawn's pale light and refusing to decide whether the ruins were still collapsing or merely remembering how. The dead city groaned intermittently, not in protest but in resignation, as if it had always known this was how it would end, unfinished, exposed, useful one last time. Raiden stood at the edge of the fractured plaza, helmet still cradled in one arm. Around him, Mandalorians regrouped in uneven clusters. Some reactivated jetpacks and lifted to safer perches, watching the destruction below with the distance of professionals reassessing terrain. Others remained grounded, blades lowered, bodies angled not toward Raiden or Torvelk but toward one another. The hunt had ended. What replaced it did not have a name. Torvelk knelt where the ground had finally stabilized, one gauntlet braced against a slab of fallen stone. His armour bore its first scars, scratches, dents, dust worked into seams that would never fully polish out. He looked smaller now, not because his body had changed, but because the geometry of authority had. Raiden did not approach him. That was the final refusal. Velk rose slowly, surveying the fractured plaza, and the warriors watching him with expressions that range from anger to confusion to something closer to grief. "This is disorder," Velk said, voice carrying but no longer commanding. "You've traded certainty for noise." Raiden answered without turning. "No, I've traded silence for responsibility." Vesha Krisev stood apart from both of them, blade sheathed, shoulders slumped beneath the weight of armour that suddenly felt ceremonial rather than essential. She had removed her helmet as well. Her face was streaked with dust and something darker where tears had cut through grime she had not realised was there. The voice from the holo-recorder echoed again in her memory, calm, procedural, condemning. The order that had killed her sibling had not been angry. It had not even been cruel. It had been efficient. She looked at Raiden then, not as prey, not as enemy, but as an unwanted mirror. "You didn't fix anything," she said hoarsely. He met her gaze. "No." She nodded once, a short, brutal acknowledgement. "Good. I don't think we deserve fixes." Around them, arguments began, not shouted, not unified, but fractured into dozens of low-voiced disputes as hunters compared recordings, cross-checked orders, replayed moments they had accepted without question only hours earlier. Some demanded Velk's immediate arrest. Others demanded Raiden's execution regardless of evidence. A few stood silent, helmets still on, as if waiting for a command that did not arrive. Mandalore had always been loud in war. It had never learned how to be loud in uncertainty. Raiden felt the internal tracker pulse one last time. He reached up and disabled it. The silence that followed was profound, not because sound vanished, but because for the first time since the trial began, nothing was measuring him. No telemetry, no ritualized gaze, no expectation of performance. He placed his helmet on the stone at his feet. The sigil etched into its brow caught the light briefly, then dulled as dust drifted over it. A marker of clan, of belonging, of a story that no longer fit the man standing beside it. Velk noticed the gesture and stiffened. "You walk away now," he said, incredulous, "after doing all this." Raiden finally turned. "I didn't come to lead," he said. "I came to stop being erased." "You'll be unclaimed," Velk warned, "unarmoured by belief. No clan will—" "I know." Raiden lifted the helmet once more, then set it back down with deliberate care, as if returning a borrowed tool. He activated his jetpack, not at full power, not in defiance, but with a controlled, measured burn that lifted him cleanly above the fractured plaza. No one fired. No one tried to stop him. As he rose, the arguments below grew sharper, more urgent. The creed, exposed to light and disagreement, strained against its own rigidity. Some would retreat into stricter interpretations. Others would demand reform. None of it would be clean. None of it would be quick. That was not his work anymore. Raiden crested a ridge overlooking the dead city and cut thrust, landing on solid basalt untouched by the collapse. From here, the ruins looked smaller, still dangerous, still broken, but no longer absolute. Behind him, Mandalorians argued over honour beneath a dawn that offered no guidance. He looked once more at the sky, thin and grey and utterly indifferent. "If survival is heresy," he muttered, more to himself than to any creed that might be listening, then Mandalore has forgotten why it learned to fight. He ignited the jetpack again and vanished into the pale horizon, not a martyr, not a champion, but something far more disruptive, a survivor who no longer needed permission. Redline in the Obana belt. The lead freighter's inertial dampeners spike red as the convoy punches straight into the Obana belt at full burn. Stars vanish behind a curtain of stone. Not a wall, too uneven for that, but a moving argument between mass and momentum. The first asteroids slide past the cockpit canopy so close their rotation scrapes light across the hull, reflections arriving late, already wrong. Kerindre does not ease the throttles. He never does. 3 ships, staggered along a vector that exists only for a second at a time, surge forward as their nav displays drown in rotating mass returns. Distance collapses into clutter. The belt isn't dense yet. This is the outer debris cloud, the part pilots tell stories about because it still allows stories to end. "Roll right. Now," Kerin snaps. The convoy obeys as one, ships yawing hard as an iron-rich slab tumbles across their projected path. Turrets swing with the hulls, gunners bracing against. Nothing reliable as artificial gravity fights rotation and loses. Behind them, hyperspace tears again. Imperial interceptors drop into real space inside weapons range. Not wide, not cautious, precise. Commander Vaelos Kryn's squadron arrives already aligned, their vectors threaded through the same collapsing corridors Keren has just vacated. No hesitation, no scatter. Their engines burn clean, confident, as if the belt were a solved equation. Blaster fire lances forward. The first bolts shear across spinning rock faces, carving molten scars that smear into darkness as the asteroids rotate away. Tala Ren's hands move without pause, coordinating turret arcs as the ships roll and yaw, her firing solutions existing only in the space between prediction and faith. Suppressive pattern delta, she calls. Not loud, not urgent, just necessary. Turrets answer, saturating the space Keren is about to abandon. The bolts don't chase targets, they deny territory. Imperial pilots brake, just enough to survive, their formations tightening instead of scattering. They're good, Tala notes, too good to panic, too disciplined to overcorrect. The belt thickens ahead, not denser yet, just less honest. Gravitational eddies tug at the ships, subtle enough to be ignored until they aren't. Keren leans into it, compensating by instinct, pushing thrust past what the engines like. Speed replaces safety. It always has. An interceptor clips an asteroid fragment, a misjudgment measured in centimetres, and spins out of formation. Not destroyed, just removed from relevance. Keren doesn't watch it go. The gain is immediate. Sensor interference blooms as the convoy reaches the inner clusters, returns overlapping until navigation becomes suggestion instead of instruction. Keren smiles without realising it. Keep it tight, he says, not slow, never slow. The rear ship lags, not by choice. A glancing hit blooms along its port quarter, energy washing across the engine housing. Output drops. Not catastrophic. Worse, inconsistent. The ship surges, stutters, surges again, its vector wobbling just enough to be noticed. Inside its hull, unsecured cargo breaks free. Containers shear loose, mass becoming opinionated. The deck flips. Gravity reasserts itself sideways, then not at all. Crew slam into bulkheads, into each other, into walls that are no longer walls. Keren feels it before he sees it. The convoy stretches, distance grows teeth. Report, he demands. Static, then breath. Engines unstable, we're compensating. Compensating costs fuel. Fuel is time. Time is mass. Imperial interceptors adjust. They don't fire immediately, they don't need to. Their formation shifts, hunter pairs sliding outward, closing lateral escape vectors with the patience of doctrine. Kryn watches the convoy through layers of sensor distortion and ignores the noise. The belt complicates, but it does not confuse. Not yet. He tracks Keren's choices, not his ship. Speed over caution, momentum over margin, predictable. Maintain pressure, Kryn orders. No kills, herd them. His pilots obey without comment. They always do. Blaster fire resumes precise now, forcing the smuggler's damaged ship into narrower corridors. The belt answers with tremors as asteroids exchange momentum nearby. Collisions slow enough to be visible, inevitable enough to be feared. Tala shifts firing patterns, predictive saturation replacing accuracy. She isn't aiming anymore. She's arguing with futures, trying to make some of them uncomfortable enough not to happen. Rear ship can't hold this vector, she reports. A statement, not a plea. Keren's jaw tightens. He pushes the throttles harder. The belt does not care. Gravitational shear stresses hulls. Turret mounts groan. Mag boots grip, release, grip again, teaching crews not to trust contact. Corridors rotate. Orientation becomes provisional. An Imperial interceptor surges forward, engines flaring, as it executes a precision burn, not to fire, to dock. Boarding clamps bite into the damaged smuggler ship's hull while both vessels are still moving. Metal screams, momentum transfers. Inside, gravity vanishes completely. Imperial troops breach into spinning corridors, boots locking and unlocking in practiced rhythm as blaster fire erupts in 0G. Bolts ricochet, bodies tumble, loose containers become weapons. Tala hears it over the comms, too close, too immediate. This isn't her fight, but it will become her fault if she hesitates. She fires, not at the boarding ship, at the space around it. Micro-debris scatters, fragments accelerated into the docking corridor, forcing the Imperials to fight physics as well as smugglers. Kryn watches the manoeuvre and narrows his eyes. So that's the Axis, he thinks, not the pilot. The gunner. He pulls up convoy telemetry, overlaying trajectories with mass projections. The smugglers aren't running blind. They're running towards something. The belt's unstable core. Kryn smiles, thin and satisfied. Cease fire, he orders. His squadron obeys, weapons going cold as they slide into positions that look, to an untrained eye, like hesitation. To Karen it feels worse. The pressure doesn't lift, it sharpens. The Imperials aren't chasing anymore, they're guiding. Every available corridor narrows toward the belt's heart, where density spikes and math turns treacherous. They're herding us, Tala says. Karen knows. He knew the moment the firing stopped. Ahead, the Obana belt tightens its argument. Asteroids cluster. Gravitational eddies overlap. The nav computer spits out solutions that look clean and feel wrong. Behind them, the damaged ship struggles, its presence a constant drag on Karen's decisions. Loyalty has mass. It always has. The belt offers no commentary. It does not warn. It simply waits, letting speed do the work. Karen keeps the throttles open. There are no safe routes now, only survivable ones. The Obana belt closes in without accelerating. Density increases not as a wall, but as a loss of generosity. The intervals between collisions shorten. The margins that once forgave late decisions evaporate. Karen feels it in the way his hands stop drifting between controls and begin locking to them, movements sharper, less exploratory. The convoy no longer flies through space, it negotiates with it. Fuel draws spiking, a voice reports from engineering. Not alarmed yet, that comes later. Karen watches the numbers anyway. He knows what they mean. Every correction costs thrust. Every correction compounds the next. Speed demands interest. Asteroids loom closer now, iron-dense bodies whose gravity wells bend trajectories just enough to punish complacency. The freighters slip past them on vectors that cannot be reused. Once a line is flown, it ceases to exist. Imperial interceptors divide, not evenly, intelligently. Hunter pairs peel off, slipping sideways into lateral, corridors that only exist because Karen hasn't taken them yet. Their engines burn in brief, exact bursts, wasting nothing. Doctrine made visible as motion. They're cutting off our exits, Tala says. Karen doesn't answer. He's already seen it. Ahead, the damaged ship lurches as its failing engine surges again. The thrust imbalance yaws the hull just enough to scrape a tumbling rock. Not a collision. Worse, a deflection. The ship spins, slow but inevitable, until stabilizers fight it back into line. Inside, the situation degrades. Cargo containers drift free of broken restraints, rotating with patient malice. One slams into a bulkhead, rupturing a coolant line. Vapour blooms, instantly crystallizing. A crew member catches it full in the chest and tumbles, breath stolen by cold shock. Blaster fire echoes through rotating corridors as Imperial borders advance. 0G turns every movement into commitment. Miss a push, and you don't stop where you intend. The smugglers fight with desperation sharpened by familiarity. They know their ship's quirks. They know which handholds will still be there after the next rotation. It keeps them there, but it doesn't give them ground. On the lead freighter, Tala shifts posture, bracing against nothing as turret feedback rattles her harness. Targeting locks are gone now. Sensors return overlapping ghosts, mass shadows bleeding into one another. She stops asking the computer for permission. Predictive saturation fire becomes instinct. She fires into spaces Imperial pilots want to be in a second from now. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. She never gets confirmation, only absence. An interceptor flashes across her firing arc and vanishes behind a spinning slab. No explosion, no proof, just gone. Karen threads the convoy through a narrowing corridor where asteroids exchange momentum like slow, lethal thoughts. One wrong vector, and the entire argument collapses into debris. Rear ship can't maintain thrust parity, engineering reports again, this time with strain. Karen grits his teeth. He adjusts speed downward by a fraction. The belt notices immediately. Gravity pulls harder. The corridor tightens. An asteroid tumbles into their projected path that wasn't there a second ago. Karen jerks the controls, engines howling as he burns fuel to reclaim the speed he just surrendered. Lesson learned. Speed is not optional. It is rent. Imperial pressure increases without gunfire. Hunter pairs slide closer. Their presence felt more than seen. They don't force mistakes. They wait for them. Inside the damaged ship, the boarding clamps creak as stress accumulates. The attached interceptor shudders, its mass altering the freighter's spin in subtle, malignant ways. Every rotation changes the battlefield. A smuggler fires down a corridor that has become a ceiling. The bolt ricochets, grazing a bulkhead, venting atmosphere in a screaming plume. Bodies spin toward the breach, McBoots scrabbling for purchase that isn't there. Taylor hears the report and adjusts fire again. She doesn't ask Karen what he plans to do about it. She already knows the answer. Karen stares at the nav display as it offers him a path forward that skirts the belt's unstable core. Not safe, never safe, but survivable if taken at speed. The damaged ship can't make it, not without tearing itself apart. He ignores the calculation and pushes deeper instead. The belt responds with silence. Commander Kryn watches the convoy's trajectory converge on the core and feels a flicker of satisfaction. He doesn't need to force the issue. The environment will do it for him. He studies the telemetry again, isolating patterns. The convoy isn't fleeing randomly. They're carrying something worth risking this. Adjust formation, Kryn orders. No pursuit fire, maintain containment. His pilots comply, interceptors drifting into positions that feel less like attack and more like inevitability. The smugglers are being guided now, not chased. Karen senses it too. The absence of blaster fire presses on him harder than impact ever did. They want us alive, Tala says. For now. Karen nods once. Ahead, the Obana belt thickens into something that can no longer be navigated casually. Asteroids cluster close enough that their gravity wells overlap, tugging ships into micro-corrections that bleed fuel and time. The damaged ship lags further, its engine coughing like a failing lung. Inside it, a cargo container finally breaks free completely and slams into a crewman, pinning him against a bulkhead that rotates into a floor and then into nothing. He doesn't scream. There's no air left for that. Karen feels the drag not just in thrust but in decision space. Every second he delays converts loyalty into mass he must haul through narrowing corridors. The belt offers no guidance. It never does. Only pressure. The Obana belt stops pretending. The core announces itself not with impact but with rhythm. Asteroids no longer tumble independently. They move in correlated arcs, slow chains of mass exchanging momentum across distances too large to see at once. Collisions propagate outward like thoughts passing through a crowd. One strike, then another, each altering the field ahead of it. The convoy enters this rhythm at full burn. Nav displays stutter, then stabilize. Solutions appear, clean, elegant, mathematically sound. Hyperspace vectors align for the first time since entry, a corridor opening between converging debris streams. The computer flags it as viable. Karen doesn't trust it. Window's real, engineering says, incredulous. Mass shadow interference is tolerable. Tolerable is a word that lies politely. Behind them, Imperial interceptors surge closer, not aggressively, committed. Commander Kryn has abandoned containment. He brings his own ship forward, engines flaring as he threads the same collapsing corridors Karen does, refusing to let the belt widen the gap between doctrine and execution. This is where mastery proves itself. Gunners, blind fire, Tala orders. She doesn't raise her voice. There's no time for tone. Targeting systems are useless now. Sensor ghosts overlap until every return is both present and obsolete. Tala fires anyway, bursts timed to predicted voids between debris waves, each shot an argument against inevitability. Blaster bolts vanish into spinning darkness. Some strike rock, some don't return. The damaged ship shudders as another gravitational eddy grips it. The boarding interceptor tears free, clamps ripping loose under stress. It spins away, not destroyed, but irrelevant. Inside the freighter, the zero-G firefight collapses into scramble as the ship's rotation changes again. A smuggler floats free of a handhold and drifts toward a widening breach. He reaches, misses. The vacuum takes him without ceremony. Karen watches the nav solution pulse green. The window is sincere. It is also wrong. The belt's core destabilizes ahead of them, chain collisions accelerating as clustered asteroids fragment under accumulated stress. Debris waves expand outward, fields of micromass moving at closing speeds that make armor meaningless. Jump window degrading, the computer reports calmly. Recalculation advised. Recalculation costs time. Time is gone. Kryn commits. His interceptor dives into the debris wave, engines screaming as fragments streak past close enough to scorch his hull. His pilots follow, formation breaking for the first time as they adapt individually, each trusting their training to carry them through. This is where Imperial superiority is meant to manifest. Precision under impossible conditions. Tala feels it. The pressure tightens. Imperial vectors converge not to kill, but to seize. Boarding teams prepare for another attempt. Data this time. The convoy's navigation history, its real destination. She fires again, blind and furious, clearing space not to survive but to delay. Karen, she says, just his name. He understands. The safe hyperspace corridor flickers. Mass shadows shift as a nearby asteroid fractures, its pieces scattering into the very space the calculation depends on. The window collapses inward, not violently, but decisively. Jump now, the computer says. Structural integrity probability, unacceptable. Unacceptable is another polite lie. Stay, and the debris wave will erase them. Jump, and the ship may shear itself apart in transit, emerging as wreckage or not at all. The damaged ship can't make either option. Karen looks at it, really looks, for the first time since entry. Its engines flare erratically, its hull scarred and flexing under forces it was never built to endure. Inside, the remaining crew brace against nothing, waiting for a decision they already know is coming. Imperial interceptors close, debris scraping, their hulls as they force the issue. Kryn's ship surges ahead, confident even now his calculation still correct, just not long enough. The belt does not care who is right. Karen, Tala says again, this time quieter. The window collapses another fraction. Debris converges. Time compresses until choice and consequence overlap. The Obana belt closes its hand. There is no singular impact, no dramatic collision. The collapse expresses itself as accumulation, mass overlapping mass, vectors tightening until motion itself becomes abrasive. Hull plating peels away from the damaged ship in slow strips, torn loose by differential gravity rather than force. Metal screams as it stretches beyond tolerance, seams unravelling like arguments pushed too far. Inside the lead freighter, gravity spikes without warning. Crew slam into bulkheads that have decided briefly to be floors. Harnesses snap tight. Loose equipment becomes ballast, then weapon, then absence. Integrity failure across multiple frames, engineering reports. Not panicked, resigned. Keren's hands move continuously now, no longer steering so much as negotiating. Every micro-adjustment costs thrust. Every burn narrows the future. Autopilot disengages itself. Logic loops collapsing under conflicting inputs. Manual control only. Tala's turret judders as a fragment clips the housing, sending a shiver through the mount. She compensates by feel, firing short bursts to shred incoming micro-debris, clearing a corridor barely wide enough for the ship's silhouette. She isn't aiming anymore, she's carving seconds. Imperial interceptors lose cohesion, not all at once, one by one. A pilot misjudges closing speed and vanishes in a flash of pulverized hull. Another clips a tumbling rock and spins away, engines dead, his ship becoming just another piece of the belt's argument. Commander Kryn remains. His interceptor weaves through the collapse with brutal elegance, his calculations updating faster than doubt. He ignores the losses. Doctrine allows for attrition. Control is maintained as long as he remains. Ahead, the hyperspace window collapses further, debris bleeding into its margins. The math still works. The physics does not. Jump solution degrading, the computer intones. Probability of survivable transition decreasing. Keren stares at the numbers and finally stops trying to improve them. He looks at the damaged ship again. It drifts half a vector behind now, its engine output flickering, its hull flexing visibly as overlapping gravity wells pull it in opposing directions. The ship is no longer failing. It has failed. It is simply still present. Keeping it with them requires thrust they do not have. Letting it go requires a decision Keren has avoided since the first hit. Tala, he says. She doesn't answer immediately. She knows what's coming. Clear the path, he finishes. There is no argument, no acknowledgement, only action. Tala swings the turret, firing into the debris stream ahead of the convoy, detonating smaller fragments, shoving mass aside just enough to open a collapsing pocket. The space will not hold. It will briefly exist. Behind them, the damaged ship surges forward as Keren cuts thrust for a fraction of a second, just enough for it to align. Then he burns. The damaged ship cannot match the acceleration. Its pilot fights the controls, engines flaring in protest as the ship drifts sideways into the debris flow. The belt takes it gently at first, scraping, bending, tearing, then decisively. The ship folds, hull collapsing inward as mass shadows converge. It does not explode. It simply ceases to be navigable. The path clears. Keren does not look back. Commander Kryn sees the opening and commits fully, his interceptor surging after the surviving freighter, engines screaming as debris scours his hull. His calculations say he can make the jump if he stays inside the pocket. His calculations are correct. They are also late. Gravity spikes again, slamming the crew into their restraints as Keren aligns the freighter manually, thrust vectors matched by instinct rather than system. Tala continues firing, clearing micro-debris as alarms cascade around her. "Jump now," engineering says. Keren pulls the lever. Hyperspace tears open inside the collapsing pocket, space folding violently as debris rushes inward. The freighter vanishes into the breach as the Obana belt closes behind it. Kryn follows. For a fraction of a second, his interceptor rides the same vector, hyperspace snapping at its edges. Then the mass shadow shifts, just enough. The window collapses. Kryn's ship disappears, not into hyperspace, but into convergence. There is no explosion, no signal, just absence where doctrine insisted there would be continuation. The belt smooths over the disruption as if nothing passed through. Hyperspace does not forgive. The freighter tears through it misaligned, systems screaming a stressed hull, frames protest the transition. The jump lasts seconds too long and ends too abruptly, the ship slamming back into real space with a wrenching shudder that snaps conduits and throws sparks like blood. Stars resolve. Not the Obana belt. Open space. Empty. Indifferent. Survivable. The ship lurches as structural damage asserts itself. Hull sections vent atmosphere in thin, shimmering plumes before emergency fields snap into place. Gravity flickers, settles, flickers again. Karen does not slow down. "Throttle steady," he orders, voice flat. We keep moving. There is no celebration, no relief, only procedure. Tala's turret locks forward, barrels glowing, her hands still firing in reflex for a heartbeat, after there is nothing left to clear. She forces herself to stop, fingers trembling as silence rushes in to replace the constant roar. "Debris gone," she reports, a statement of fact. Nothing more. Engineering runs damage assessments that come back incomplete, then stop. Entirely as systems prioritise keeping the ship in one piece over explaining how. Power reroutes. Secondary systems fail quietly, without alarms. The freighter lists, then stabilises. Behind them, there is nothing. No pursuit, no sensor ghosts, no Imperial signatures. The Obana belt has erased itself from the map as thoroughly as it erases trespassers. Wreckage does not follow. Evidence does not persist. Karen stares at the nav display, watching the jump coordinates decay as if embarrassed to have existed at all. He inputs a new vector by hand, one that does not lead anywhere safe, only away. "Set course," he says. The engines respond with a tired groan and comply. Inside the ship, the survivors move slowly, checking restraints, sealing breaches, stepping around spaces where people used to be. Names are not spoken. Not yet. Inventory comes later. Grief is postponed by motion. Tala unstraps herself and floats briefly as gravity falters again, boots finding the deck just as it stabilises. She looks at the empty space on her tactical display where Imperial interceptors once crowded and feels nothing she can identify. "Karen," she says, softer now. Not a warning, not a request. He doesn't answer immediately. His hands remain on the controls, knuckles white, eyes forward. "We're clear," he says at last. Not victory, just status. The cargo hold indicators blink green. The shipment is intact. Speed has done its job. The freighter accelerates, engines pushing harder than they should, carrying damage, silence, and loss into the dark between systems. There will be time later to count what's gone. For now, momentum is enough. Behind them, the Obana belt continues its slow, private argument between mass and motion, smoothing over the scars of the collapse until even absence forgets itself. No one remembers who ran faster, only that something did. The ship disappears into open space, accelerating without pause, without witnesses, without ceremony. Speed wins, loss remains. Blades in 0G. The first strike sends both combatants drifting apart, spinning slowly, because there is no floor to brace against anymore. The impact is not loud. It cannot be. Sound has nowhere to live here. What travels instead is vibration, thin, metallic, intimate, through gloves, through bones, through the struts that once assumed weight. Kyle Viren feels the contact as a clean shiver up his wrists, a correctness so precise it nearly convinces him the world is still arranged to receive it. It is not. Momentum answers where applause once did. The blades part and the bodies obey the only law that remains reliable. Kyle rotates away, controlled at first, his shoulders square to a direction that no longer means forward. His mag boots tick, hesitate, then disengage with a tired refusal, their fields stuttering against a lattice that has forgotten what down is supposed to be. He does not curse. He exhales and makes a correction. The correction makes it worse. Talk creeps in, a secondary axis born of a perfect parry executed in a place where perfection compounds. His centre of mass slides off the line he chose. He feels the drift begin, not as panic, but as information. He answers with training. Microthrusters whisper, a brief measured breath from the suit's pack. The spin slows, the line returns, the body steadies. Across the widening gap, Rax Keth does nothing. He lets himself turn, slow and unashamed, a man unbothered by the absence of stance. Debris slides past him. A maintenance rail, a torn panel, a coil of cable that remembers being useful. He does not chase Kyle. He does not close. He drifts with a patience that reads, at first glance, like indecision. Kale angles his shoulders and advances. Advance is the wrong word. He pushes from a passing strut, a measured contact, palm flat, fingers spread to distribute force. The movement is exact. His body responds as it always has. Distance closes. The ring's interior curves around, them in fractured arcs, emergency lights flickering in asynchronous reds and whites that refuse to agree on rhythm. Kale's blade describes a short, elegant path. Economical, lethal, perfected over years of correction under gravity. Rax meets it late. Late on purpose. The clash is off-centre, just enough to twist Kale's wrists. The blade slides, not biting, and the recoil carries both men apart again. This time the separation is faster. Kale feels the spin build before he sees it. He arrests with thrusters, sharper now, more force. The suit obeys, but the answer arrives with interest. The correction introduces a yaw he did not ask for. The force hums. It is present. It always has been. Not a voice, never that, but a field that thickens around intent. Kyle reaches for it reflexively, not to move, but to stabilize. He does not demand. He aligns his breathing, slows his heart, invites coherence. The hum remains a hum. No counterforce arrives. No quiet hand meets his effort halfway. The field accepts his intention and refuses to translate it into outcome. The drift persists, obedient to physics alone. Rax laughs, or something like it. Kyle feels the vibration through the metal between them, a faint, irregular pulse that travels along a beam and into his boots. It is not mockery. It is acknowledgement. They collide again, closer to the ring's skin now, where the architecture crowds in and offers edges. Kale times the exchange to coincide with a structural rib sliding past, using it as reference, as anchor. He strikes and retracts in the same motion, letting the recoil carry him along the rib's imagined gravity. For a breath, it works. His body remembers the old grammar. The blade finds resistance. The world behaves. Then the rib rotates. It is subtle, an inherited motion from a system that once knew what it was doing. The shift is small, but it arrives mid-strike, a betrayal measured in degrees. Kale's blade cuts where Rax was, not where he is. Follow-through pulls Kale into a spin that is no longer aligned with the rib's drift. He feels the loss of reference like a pulled stitch. Rax does not pursue. He nudges a loose panel with his heel and lets it tumble, a slow, lazy rotation that intersects Cale's path. Cale clips it with his shoulder. The contact is harmless. The consequence is not. His rotation accelerates, a widening gyre that steals seconds while the suit counts fuel. He reaches out and drives his blade into a passing strut. The sabre bites and holds, its energy field screaming silently against ancient alloy. Kyle's body jerks to a stop, the suddenness bruising through his harness. He hangs there, arm extended, breath measured, the ring sliding past him in broken procession. For a moment, just a moment, he has something like ground. Rax floats into view, upside down relative to nothing, his own blade unlit. He watches Cale with an expression that is not cruel and not kind. Curious, perhaps, as if the environment itself were speaking and Cale was still translating into a language no one else is using. "You're tightening," Rax says, the words travelling as vibration through the strut into Cale's arm. "You think that helps?" Cale releases the strut and pushes off, careful now. He shortens his motions further. He minimises arcs, keeps the blade close, economises every degree of rotation. He does not answer. Answers are for places where air carries them. They engage again, and again the world refuses to stay still. Each parry rewrites their paths. Each block births a new vector. Cale feels the accumulation, the way effort stacks without cancelling, the way precision sharpens the wrong edge. He adjusts, then adjusts the adjustment, then feels the system outrun him. Around them, the ring continues its quiet unmaking. Segments drift apart, opening black seams that drink light. Emergency strips flicker and die. The dead world below turns indifferent, its gravity a rumour that no longer reaches this high. Cale senses the pattern forming, unwanted and undeniable. His technique is not failing. It is succeeding too well, amplifying every interaction in a space that does not forgive amplification. The realization lands without drama. It does not slow his hands. Rax finally lights his blade, not to strike, but to push. He angles the ignition to impart a gentle spin, using the sabre's recoil as one might use a breath. He moves when the environment moves him, intervening only to bias the outcome, never to command it. Cale sees it then, the refusal to correct, elevated into method. The force hums on, permissive, unanchored. Cale advances once more, disciplined, exact, carrying with him a lifetime of learned certainty into a place that will not acknowledge it. The distance closes, the blades meet, momentum answers, and the ring, faithful only to motion, keeps its own counsel. The orbital ring begins to come apart in ways that are no longer theoretical. It does. Not break all at once. There is no decisive failure, no singular moment where the structure admits defeat. Instead, separations propagate, quiet, almost polite. A transit segment that once assumed continuity drifts a few centimetres off alignment. A habitat arc rotates a fraction faster than it should. These are not catastrophes, they are disagreements, accumulating. Cale Viren registers them as peripheral data, and then forces himself to stop doing even that. Awareness has become a liability. Every new reference point tempts correction, and correction has started to feel like debt. He narrows his focus until it contains only Rax Keth, and the space immediately between them. He shortens his strokes further, compressing movement into tight, efficient gestures that would be flawless in any place that still believed in flaws. Rax drifts backward, blade idle, letting the ring's slow rotation carry him into a different plane of approach. He is not retreating, he is repositioning without effort, allowing the environment to do what Cale keeps insisting on doing himself. Cale pushes off a bulkhead, light and precise, and immediately feels the answer arrive late. The bulkhead shifts under his touch, not because it resists, but because it is no longer anchored to anything that remembers where it should be. The push sends him forward and sideways at once, a compound motion he did not request. He compensates. The compensation introduces a roll. The roll threatens to become a spin. He arrests it with thrusters, short burst, carefully measured, and feels the fuel counter tick down by an amount that would have been trivial planetside. Here, it feels accusatory. Rax watches this unfold without closing the distance. He waits for the environment to finish speaking. The force remains present, thickening slightly around Cale's intent as if acknowledging the effort. It does not object. It does not assist. It simply allows the physics to finish the sentence Cale keeps, interrupting. They clash again amid drifting debris. A maintenance trolley spins past, its cargo long since scattered. Kyle angles his blade to deflect Rax's strike and uses the recoil to realign his body, executing the maneuver with exquisite timing. For a fraction of a second, everything works. The angles resolve, the vectors cancel. He feels the old satisfaction, the quiet click of a problem closing. Then the trolley's shadow crosses an emergency strip, and the light flickers out. The sudden absence does not change the physics. It changes Kyle. He hesitates, just enough to register the loss of reference, and the hesitation introduces asymmetry. His next motion, meant to correct, arrives half a beat late. Rax's blade slides past his guard, not cutting, but nudging. The contact is minimal. The effect is not. Kyle's rotation widens, slow and inexorable. Rax does not press the advantage. Instead, he reaches out and triggers a maintenance charge drifting nearby. The Yab detonation is not violent. There is no shock wave, no fireball to satisfy old instincts. The charge exists to move things, not destroy them. It releases its energy as impulse, scattering a cloud of panels, bolts, insulation, and fractured composite into a widening sphere of motion. The environment becomes crowded. Kyle finds himself navigating a field of spinning hazards, each one carrying its own stubborn momentum. He parries instinctively, blade flashing to clear a path, and immediately regrets it. Every deflection sends something else spinning faster. The space fills with secondary motions, tertiary consequences. It is not chaos. It is bookkeeping. Rax drifts through the debris without striking it, letting pieces glance off his armour, adjusting only when a trajectory threatens to intersect something important. He intervenes sparingly, a hand here, a blade there, never correcting, only biasing. Cale realises, with a clarity that tightens his chest, that Rax is not trying to win the duel. He is letting the system decide. This recognition should be liberating. Instead, it feels like an accusation. Cale's training was built on the premise that mastery meant responsibility, that the one who could control the blade was obligated to do so. Here, that obligation has become a trap. Every attempt to assert authorship only increases the system's complexity. The ring answers with another quiet fracture. Two segments part ways, opening a widening gap that leads directly to open space. Stars bleed through, cold and indifferent, their light unfiltered by atmosphere or intention. The dead world below rotates into view again, its gravity tugging faintly, not enough to matter. Suit telemetry flickers across Cale's visor. Mag boots, non-functional. Thruster reserves, diminished. Time is no longer measured by oxygen alone, but by separation. If the segments drift too far, there will be no structure left to re-enter. Cale tightens his motions further, reducing his blade work to the barest necessities. He stops chasing advantage and focuses on survival. on not adding more motion than he can afford. The effort is exhausting in a way combat never was. It requires constant refusal, of instinct, of training, of the urge to fix. The force hum shifts, not in volume, but in texture. It feels skewed, as if the field itself has lost its reference frame. Intent still resonates, but outcomes refuse to align. Cale senses the gap widening between what he means to do and what actually happens. Rax finally closes the distance, not with a charge, but by letting a rotating strut carry him into Cale's plane. They pass each other at close range, blades grazing. Cale strikes, controlled, precise, and feels the station rotate beneath them mid-motion. The cut misses by centimetres, not because of error, but because the environment refuses to hold still long enough to be mastered. As they separate again, Cale understands the truth that has been circling him since the first. Exchange. Here, precision is not the opposite of chaos. It is its most efficient accelerator. The ring continues to fragment around them, and the space between certainty and reality grows wider with every perfect move. The largest remaining segment of the orbital ring begins to rotate. At first, the motion is almost reassuring. A slow, ponderous turn, the ghost of a function remembered too late. Kyle Viren feels it through his suit before he understands it. An emerging gradient, a suggestion of direction that tempts the body with the promise of down. For an instant, instinct surges. Rotation creates order. Order invites stance. Stance invites mastery. Then the rotation accelerates. What had been suggestion becomes demand. Loose debris is flung outward, tracing long, elegant arcs that intersect and diverge without collision, each obeying its own inheritance of force. The segment's interior, once a place of habitation, becomes a centrifuge, its curved walls offering no stable radius, no consistent frame. Anything not anchored is rewritten as trajectory. Cale is pulled sideways, then upward relative to nothing, his body caught between the ring's rotation and his own accumulated motion. He stops correcting. Not because he has learned something new, because he has run out of room to pretend. Rax Keth drifts opposite him, closer to the segment's interior curve. The rotation favours him, carrying his body along a shallow spiral that looks, misleadingly, like control. He does not resist it. He does not ride it either. He lets the motion pass through him, intervening only to avoid collision. His blade remains lit, but idle. Between them, the space fills with spinning remnants, rails, panels, fragments of a life support conduit that once assumed constant orientation. They are not obstacles so much as statements. This is what remains when maintenance ends, not destruction, but inheritance. Kyle calculates without thinking, he cannot help it. Years of training surface automatically, mapping vectors, timing arcs, resolving motion into solvable problems. The rotating segment creates a predictable window, a moment where Rax's drift will intersect a narrow corridor of relative stillness near the structure's spine. One clean motion, one final cut. He aligns himself with ruthless discipline, minimizing surface area, conserving fuel, committing his remaining thruster reserves to a single, decisive adjustment. The move is perfect, the timing immaculate. The blade's path is so economical it borders on mercy. For the briefest instant the universe appears to cooperate. Then the ring shifts. Not dramatically, not enough to register as failure in any ordinary sense, a redistribution of mass as another segment peels away, altering the rotation's centre by a fraction. The stillness Kyle aimed for ceases to exist before he arrives. His blade passes through empty space. The follow-through, inevitable, flawless, does what it was trained to do. It completes the arc. It conserves momentum. It carries Cale forward and away, amplifying the missed strike into a widening spiral that no amount of technique can reclaim. His sabre tumbles from his hand, spinning end over end, its light carving useless circles in the dark. All technique, no ground, no recovery. Kyle feels the separation before he sees it. The rotating segment slides away beneath him, its curve receding, its promise of structure withdrawing without malice. The stars open up ahead, sharp and indifferent. The dead world below pulls faintly, not enough to save him, not enough to kill him quickly. Training offers nothing. He reaches for the force out of reflex and finds it unchanged. Present, permissive, unhelpful. The hum does not rise to meet his need. It does not object to his panic. It allows his spin to continue. Across the widening distance, Rax watches. For the first time, he moves deliberately. He angles himself against the rotation, firing a short thruster, burst to slow his own drift. The act is small, precise, unmistakably chosen. He could pursue. He could close the distance while Kale is helpless, finish the duel with a strike that would look decisive in any other place. He does not. Instead, he lets the moment unfold, trusting the system he's been courting since the beginning. Probability favours him. The environment has been generous. All he has to do is refrain. Kale tumbles, the stars wheeling in a pattern that refuses to settle. He feels the suit's warnings as muted pressure against his ribs. Fuel reserves approach critical. There is no reference frame left to exploit, no structure to anchor to, no correction that does not worsen the spin. The realization arrives without drama, without despair. Mastery has reached its limit, not because it was flawed, but because it was conditional. It depended on a world willing to meet it halfway. That world is gone. The rotating ring continues its slow, lethal ballet behind him. Debris arcs past, each piece a testament to persistence without purpose. The force hums on, indifferent to collapse. Kyle Viren drifts into open space, stripped of blade, stance and certainty, carrying with him the last unanswerable question of his discipline. If control no longer applies, what remains of the one who sought it? The system offers no reply. Spin becomes the only constant. Kyle Viren turns slowly, then faster, then slowly again, as the suit's automatic dampers attempt corrections he did not authorize. Each micro-adjustment arrives late, compounding rather than cancelling. He feels it not as motion but as erosion, the steady wearing away of options. He stops fighting the suit. The decision is not brave, it is economical. The warnings fade to background pressure. Fuel counters freeze where they are, no longer bleeding away in defensive reflex. His body continues to rotate, but the rotation evens out, settling into a stable tumble rather than a widening loss. The difference is subtle, almost insulting in its simplicity. Nothing dramatic changes, that is the point. Without constant correction, the system stops escalating. Motion persists, but it no longer punishes him for trying to erase it. The stars wheel past in a regular cadence. The dead world slips in and out of view, distant, uninterested. Time stretches, no longer chopped into urgent decisions. Kyle's training screams at him to do something. He ignores it. For the first time since the duel began, he allows his mind to still instead of his body. He lets the rotation exist without assigning it meaning. There is no stance to reclaim, no alignment to force. There is only the fact of movement and the fact of being inside it. The force hums. It feels different, not stronger, not clearer, but less crowded. Without Kyle's insistence, it stops echoing his anxiety back at him. Intent no longer spikes the field. It lies flat, permissive, patient in a way that has nothing to do with mercy. He does not reach out to pull himself back. He lets go of the need to choose a direction. A single, minimal impulse follows. Not a push, not a pull. A release. He relaxes his posture, redistributes his mass within the suit, allows the existing vectors to resolve without interference. The maneuver would be meaningless planetside. Here, it is decisive. The tumble aligns, not into stillness, but into coherence. His path straightens relative to itself, intersecting, not aiming for, the rotating ring's widening envelope. The structure grows in his vision, not because he chased it, but because his trajectory already belonged to it. Across the gap, Rax Keth sees the change. It unsettles him more than any display of mastery could have. Kale is no longer correcting. He's no longer fighting the environment or surrendering to it. He has stopped insisting on authorship. The system is no longer something to be exploited or resisted. It is simply what is happening. Rax adjusts his own motion instinctively, a sharp thruster burst meant to regain probabilistic advantage. The move works, then it doesn't. The same physics that once favoured him now respond neutrally, no longer biased by Kale's frantic corrections. For the first time, Rax has to choose. He hesitates. In that hesitation, his philosophy cracks. Non-intervention reveals itself as just another posture, one that depends on others continuing to struggle. Without Kale feeding chaos into the system, probability flattens. The environment stops deciding for him. Kyle drifts back toward the ring's edge, close enough now to feel vibration through his suit as debris grazes the structure. He reaches out and catches a handhold, not sharply, not with intent to stop, but with acceptance of the contact. His body absorbs the motion. The spin bleeds away naturally. He does not feel victorious. He feels obsolete in a different way. Rax watches from a distance, the ring rotating beneath him, his blade hanging idle. He understands, finally, that the duel has ended, not because one of them won, but because the question that sustained it has collapsed. To strike now would be meaningless. He extinguishes his blade. The ring continues to fragment. Segments peel away, carrying with them the last illusions of order. Motion persists. The force hums on, indifferent, permissive, unresolved. Kyle Viren remains anchored, not to mastery, not to control, but to congruence. He has not conquered the system. He has stopped violating it. Rax Keth drifts away, unopposed, carried by the same physics he once trusted to decide everything for him. The duel dissolves without closure, leaving only trajectories and the quiet cost of understanding that survival did not come from doing more, but from finally knowing when not to add to motion. Nothing signals the end. There is no threshold crossed, no decisive moment where the universe acknowledges that something has resolved. The orbital ring continues its slow disassembly with the same indifference it has shown all along. Segments drift. Rotation persists. Debris follows inherited paths that will not intersect again for years, perhaps centuries. Kyle Viren remains where he is, one hand resting against a maintenance rail that no longer maintains anything. He does not secure himself further, he does not test the contact. He allows the rail to do what it will, and the rail, unburdened by expectation, does very little. This too is information. The force hums faintly, not gathering, not receding. It does not crown the moment. It does not clarify what has been learned. It remains a field in which motion happens, nothing more. Kyle feels no reassurance from it, and no disappointment. For the first time, its silence does not feel like absence. Across the widening space, Rax Keth recedes. He does not flee. He does not angle himself toward advantage or escape. He simply allows his trajectory to continue, a gentle drift away from the structure, away from Kyle, away from the duel that no longer exists. His suit light dims as distance grows, until he is no more than a moving point against the starfield, still present, still choosing, still responsible. Kyle watches him go without judgment. There is no satisfaction in restraint. There is only the cost of it. What remains of Kale's training does not vanish. It recontextualizes itself, stripped of universality. Technique becomes situational memory rather than identity. Precision becomes a tool that must ask permission of context before it is used. Mastery, he understands now, was never wrong, only incomplete. It assumed a world that would cooperate. The ring was built on the same assumption. Once it was an instrument of order, a mega-structure that imposed predictability on orbit and habitation alike. Its designers trusted rotation to create gravity, gravity to create stability, stability to create civilization. They were not foolish. They were contextual. When maintenance ended, the assumptions outlived their conditions. Now the ring teaches something else. Order without stewardship becomes hazard. Control without congruence becomes violence against oneself. Kale adjusts his position along the rail, not to secure dominance, but to share motion. His body moves with the structure's residual spin, absorbing it rather than cancelling it. The effort is minimal, the effect is sustainable. He will survive, not because he has solved the system, but because he has stopped demanding that it justify him. The duel leaves no record. No sensor logs remain intact long enough to capture it. No institution exists that would care to interpret the outcome. Somewhere in the galaxy, archived doctrines still teach footwork, still praise balance, still imply that mastery transcends environment. They are not lies. They are local truths. The orbital ring continues to fragment behind Kale, its pieces drifting into divergent futures. Some will fall inward, pulled slowly toward the dead world below. Others will escape entirely, becoming silent debris in long, empty orbits. None of them will remember what they were built to do. Motion persists. Kyle closes his eyes, not in meditation, not in triumph, but in acceptance of the fact that understanding does not halt consequence. He will leave when the moment presents itself, or he will not. Either way, the choice will be real, not imposed. In a place without gravity, without ground, without authority, the final lesson does not arrive as revelation. It arrives as restraint. Not the refusal to act, but the knowledge of when action would only add noise to a system already speaking clearly enough. The force hums on. The ring turns. Rax Keth vanishes into distance, and mastery, no longer universal, no longer violent, becomes something quieter, a practice of listening before motion.